I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, April 24th, 2024. The time is 9:22 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. The subject of this hearing is consideration of the mayor's proposed budgets for fiscal year 2025 for three agencies: the Department of Buildings, the Office of Zoning, and the Office of Planning. Mayor submitted her budget to the council on April 2nd of this month, several weeks late from what had been prescribed. And during the month of April, all of the council committees are having hearings on the mayor's proposed budget. The council committees are scheduled to be marking up recommendations during the week of, I have to do a little bit of math here. I think it's the week of May 6th. The part I can't think is whether the 6th is the Monday or not. The Committee of the Whole's markup is scheduled for May 10th. This is the recommendations that then go to what we affectionately call the Big Committee of the Whole, which will present a committee print to the council for consideration on May 29th. The Committee of the Whole has already conducted 3 hearings. Today is the 4th hearing. Tomorrow, the Committee of the Whole will have a hearing concerning the proposed budgets for the council itself, Council, Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, the Office of Budget and Planning within the OCFO, the District of Columbia Auditor, and the new Columbia Statehood Commission. The commission budget includes the funding for the 3 what we call shadow representatives advocating for statehood. On Friday, we will have our 6th and final hearing where we will consider the budgets and hear testimony regarding the DC Retirement Board, the other post-employment benefits program, and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Committee of the Whole will have another budget hearing on May 3rd, starting at 9:30 in the morning. That hearing will be the hearing where the Committee of the Whole, and through the Committee of the Whole, the council will be hearing testimony regarding all of the legislation that the mayor has submitted to the council regarding the budget, which would be the revised or supplemental budget for the current fiscal year, the Local Budget Act for fiscal year 25, the Budget Support Act, the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. That's not to say that there hasn't been testimony regarding aspects of that legislation in the different committees, but the overall hearing will be on May 3rd. We will be hearing testimony today in the order of the Department of Buildings, followed by the Office of Zoning, and then concluding with the Office of Planning. And it's generally our practice, not always, that we hear from the non-government witnesses first and then from the government representatives. And so I will call the non-government witnesses with regard to the Department of Buildings, but only after I recognize Councilmember Matthew Fruman if he has an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chair Mendelson. I'm going to forego an opening statement.
Thank you. Eleni Christidis, who's supervising attorney with Legal Aid DC. Chuck Elkins, who is listed as a public witness, but is, I believe, a ANC commissioner. David Maloff, who I know is a resident in the DuPont Circle area. Mimi Noorani. Tuti Patel, who's vice chair of ANC 2A. Alan Gambrill. Martin Holmes. Lauren Esrock. McKenna Osborne, who's policy attorney with the Children's Law Center. Teresa Aspinwall, who's director of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. Cynthia Davis, who's director of DC Family Child Care Association. Ann Lewis, who's founding president of City Wildlife. And Susan Shore, who is chair of the Zero Waste Committee, Sierra Club DC chapter, or DC chapter of the Sierra Club. I'll put folks on a 4-minute clock. And we'll start with Ms. Christidis. Good morning. Thank you for your patience.
Is this better?
Yes.
I apologize. I have a sore throat, but should be okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Furman, and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a DC resident and a supervising attorney at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid's housing unit works to preserve stable, affordable, and healthy housing for DC tenants through individual and building-wide representation. I want to start by recognizing how much DOB and the council have accomplished in the past year. Director Brian Hanlon was confirmed as DOB's permanent director and has brought a much-needed shift in agency focus that emphasizes public health and safety, transparency, and accountability. The council passed the Proactive Inspection Program Act of 2023 to codify DOB's Proactive Inspection Program into law. This committee investigated and issued a report on DOB's broken inspection system and proposed recommendations to improve it. And DOB issued its first annual report pursuant to the Department of Buildings Establishment Act. This report reveals current shortcomings, such as the 38% abatement rate for complaint-based housing code violations, but also lays out DOB's ambitious goals to become a more effective agency, including by recruiting, training, and retaining additional highly qualified housing inspectors. We would be remiss not to pause and note this progress. And yet, for the hundreds of tenants Legal Aid works with every year, their lived reality has not changed. We meet with tenants every day who continue to live with conditions like leaks, lack of hot water, mold, and pest infestations. And even when tenants call DOB and DOB cites their landlord, this does not always translate into repairs being made or the underlying causes of mold being properly abated. The mayor's proposed budget would cut funding to DOB's residential housing inspections program and to the Office of Administrative Hearings. And this does not adequately support tenants' needs, DOB's strategic enforcement goals, or this committee's legislative and oversight agenda. We call on the council to do 5 key things in the Budget Support Act and over the next year. First, the council must fully fund the Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act of 2020. This law requires DOB inspectors to be certified in mold assessment and to issue infractions for mold. Mold remains a pernicious concern for Legal Aid's client community. Mold in residential housing contributes to worse health outcomes for district residents, particularly in Ward 7 and 8, and among low-income children of color. Mold and its underlying causes also drive tenant displacement in aging, rent-stabilized properties and the elimination of so-called naturally affordable housing in DC. Funding this law, which is otherwise subject to repeal if not funded in this BSA, will give DOB enforcement authority and lend teeth to DC's mold law. Legal Aid, along with our partners in the Fair Budget Coalition, urge the council to fund it now. Second, the council must fully fund the Proactive Inspection Program Act, which puts a data-driven, public health-oriented framework on DOB's Proactive Inspection Program. Funding both the laws I've mentioned would add 12 new inspector positions to DOB. We urge the council to fund both laws and press DOB on its efforts to fill vacancies within its residential housing inspections program. Third, the council must restore the mayor's cuts to DOB programs. In addition to cutting 2 FTEs from residential housing inspections, the mayor's budget proposes cuts to DOB's housing rehabilitation program and civil infractions and fine assessment. The former is tasked with abating property maintenance code violations, while the latter is responsible for processing infractions with OAH, collecting fines, and placing liens for unpaid fines, key components of DOB's violation abatement and enforcement functions. We hope the council will reverse these cuts so that these important functions within DOB can continue. Fourth, the council must adequately fund OAH to work through the backlog of DCRA and DOB NOIs, which account for 38% of OAH's current backlog of cases. Finally, this committee must push DOB to find other ways to achieve compliance with the housing code by partnering with other district agencies. The OAH process is too drawn out and the fine collections process too attenuated to be DOB's principal or sole enforcement tool. We hope the committee will hold additional oversight roundtables with DOB, DLCP, DHCD, OAH, OTR, and CCU to identify opportunities to share data and better enforce laws already on the books that prohibit rent increases in rent-stabilized units where there are substantial housing code violations, and that prohibit issuance or renewal of basic business licenses to landlords with outstanding fines from housing code violations. Enhancing DOB's enforcement measures will go a long way to ensuring more tenants see improved living conditions and lead safer and healthier lives. Thank you.
Your voice almost made it to the whole thing. Commissioner Elkins?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I believe one of the reasons that you pushed hard to split DCRA into two separate agencies was you felt DCRA was not doing a good job at implementing and enforcing its regulations in the areas of tenant code enforcement, vacant and blighted properties, and illegal construction. The reorganization and the new leadership at DOB has brought about some progress. However, I believe there's still considerable room for improvement. There's still a lot of cheating that's going on by people subject to DOB's regulations, and this puts the people who do follow the rules at a very severe competitive advantage, and we need to fix that. My professional career in the past has been in environmental protection, and what we have learned there, I believe, is applicable here. Namely, an enforcement program cannot be successful unless most people comply with the regulations voluntarily. Otherwise, you need a big army of inspectors. By voluntary compliance, I mean that these people subject to the regulations decide that the chances of their getting caught and suffering severe consequences are not worth the risk of cheating. This degree of voluntary compliance will be hard to achieve at DOB because cheating can bring about many thousands of dollars of extra profit. DOB's current enforcement program, however, is most decidedly not resourced at a level that comes even close to achieving this level of voluntary compliance. Under DCRA, tremendous emphasis, for example, was placed on getting construction permits issued quickly. The pendulum swung too far in that direction, I believe, and the council should swing the pendulum back towards strong enforcement and can do so by shifting resources within the department. The director's testimony today emphasizes much of the same emphasis that we saw in DCRA and not very much on enforcement, I'm sorry to say. There are a few places where I think the council might take a close look. DOB has far too few inspectors and enforcement personnel. A few years back, a former director of DCRA would choose a special day and send her entire staff of inspectors into just one ward to look for illegal construction. On several occasions, she carried out such a blitz. These inspectors would come back with many cases of illegal construction on which the department had been totally unaware. And when this department gets a tip about illegal construction, it shouldn't take several days before an inspector can be found who has time to go out and check the situation out. If a budget increase to provide more staff to the inspection program is not possible this year, then the council, I believe, should direct that the department move some of the personnel out of issuing permits into enforcement. A second area of concern is DOB, as you know, relies heavily on third-party inspectors to carry out much of the inspection construction permit compliance. This is because they don't have enough inspectors themselves. DOB may occasionally audit a third-party inspector, but from the outside, where we A&C commissioners sit, this program looks like a wonderful opportunity for a lot of fraud, and we believe some of that is taking place and not being checked by the department. DOB should take a hard look at this third-party program and try to toughen it up. And finally, as I've testified before, A&Cs could become a good enforcement partner for the department. In summary, an enforcement program, in my view, to be successful, needs to have most people complying voluntarily. Otherwise, one needs even more inspectors, an army of inspectors. We haven't met that voluntary compliance threshold yet with this department, and at a minimum, the council needs to ask DOB to shift more of its resources to enforcement, or better yet, would be an influx of additional resources from this committee for enforcement. We need both inspectors and we need tough consequences for those people who cheat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkins. David Maloff? I don't think he's here. Mimi Noorani? Mimi Noorani.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for having me today, and I want to follow up with Mr. Elkins' comments. He addressed a number of really good issues, and I feel the culture at DOB is not encouraging building integrity. And I feel I've even heard stories of builders feeling if they complain about that their plans could get shifted to the bottom of the pile. I feel like there is this, not only is there a, as he said, not enforcement, but I think sometimes there is undue influence by builders who want to get things done cheap and quickly without following all the rules. The other thing that I do feel that when permitting is you do need to have more technical expertise there. I feel there's, you might consider budgeting for doing the right plan review from the get-go will prevent a lot of the issues that we see happening or catch them earlier. And if we do a permitting, there's a lot of retired engineers in this city or nearby that maybe they could be, you could have some outsourcing to them at a reasonable price, and we could get a much stronger and quicker permit review done to complement the department and catch things. And in terms of illegal construction, yes, we do need to train those inspectors. We also need to make sure that there's no, again, tipping off. A lot of times it seems that there's an inspection and the inspector comes out and the builders have been tipped off and disappeared. It's comical, some of the stories that you're happening, but it's not really not funny. I am writing today to please ask you to consider how council can best hold this department accountable to make the changes we keep talking about. In early April, myself and 2 other DC homeowners met with Mr. Hanlon, and a team of building officials. And I want to thank Mr. Hanlon for this initial meeting and the formation of this work committee. But I'm asking that council appoint one of its members to stay abreast of our agenda and progress. I'm asking this because significant changes are needed at DOB, and a lack of accountability has been a problem, not just within the agency, but in oversight of the agency as well. And I thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you, Ms. Noorani. Commissioner Patel.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson. Appreciate you holding this oversight hearing so that I may enter these comments into the record. My name is Tripti Patel. I'm a 3rd-term ANC commissioner that represents 2A03, which is a historic Foggy Bottom. And unbeknownst to you, I actually got a promotion. I'm now the chair of ANC 2A. I just wanted to be cool like you, Chairman. So I wanted a title of chair just like you have.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The mission of the agency, Department of Buildings, protects the safety of residents, businesses, and visitors, and advances the development of the built environment through permitting, inspections, and code enforcement. DOB is responsible for regulating construction activity in the District of Columbia. The agency provides consolidated permit services and reviews all construction documents to ensure compliance with the building codes and zoning regulations. It also has inspection and oversight authority, through which construction activity, building systems, and rental housing establishments are inspected. Violations are cited, and if necessary, a post-citation abatement is pursued within the limits of the law. The problem child that is me is happy to report that the issues and concerns raised over the years have started to be addressed. I'm glad to see that there's increased funding for the inspection division, and the IT system has funding dedicated to modernization. Increased salaries make for happier employees, which equates to better customer service. The budget is really lean and will continue to be lean throughout the years. I'm hoping that adding my testimony around making sure that we adequately fund DOB to meet its mission statement and meet its core responsibilities would lead to health and safety for all residents. In conclusion, there have been improvements, but we still have a way to go. And I did want to attach myself to the comments made by my colleague, Commissioner Elkins. I think Director Hanlon has done a really, really good job. DOB has been a lot better of an agency, but I can tell you my residents are still frustrated with DOB in several cases. DOB has been weaponized by one neighbor to go after another neighbor for very minuscule violations, and this other neighbor who gets bullied through the weaponization of DOB has stated many times in emails to me, stating that, you know, DOB has provided little guidance to them on doing things properly. They don't want to break rules. They find themselves really frustrated. Many of my constituents have used 311 to lodge complaints about buildings. They don't feel that DOB is proactive enough. Like DOB eventually addresses the situation, but never in a timely manner. One situation I have going on, and this is a problem building we have in my single member district. The multi-unit building is called Circle Arms. Residents have been reaching out to the property management company about the garage door. The garage door keeps slamming down at all hours of the day, waking up residents that live in the Snows Court corridor. And I think the frustration we're all here to exhibit and request more funding is that the agency is still in its improvement process, and we understand that. But until residents feel that their needs are getting met in a fair and equitable way, we'll continue to come to these oversight hearings and amplify issues and make more budget requests. So, you know, I'm hoping that I understand the budget's really lean. I know it's gonna be lean for quite a few years, but I'm hoping that we can find some money to make sure constituent needs are met. I'm happy to answer questions you may have, and thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alan Gambrill, I believe, is not here. Martin Holmes, I don't think he's here. Lauren Esrock. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Lauren, and I'm the president of a 2-unit condominium association. I testified earlier this year, but as a reminder, I, along with the other unit owner, was a first-time homebuyer when we purchased our units almost 6 years ago for a combined $2 million. Fast forward to today, the HOA is now looking at $1.4 million in construction-related defects stemming from building and zoning code violations perpetuated by the developer of the condo, but enabled by the Department of Buildings' predecessor organization. To date, we are aware of more than 40 known code violations. I'll highlight the most egregious. The entire facade of the condo is not waterproof, flashed, or structurally sound. When it rains, water leaks in through our windows. We know for a fact we have mold growing inside the building envelope. And based on a structural engineer's review of the approved DCRA plans, as well as photos from the time the house was being framed, we know the structure is compromised. Not only did DCRA approve plans without the necessary detail or specifications to prevent these framing defects, they failed to catch them via multiple inspections. Our home is the last one on the block. To repair these violations, every wall except the party wall needs to be exposed and addressed. The work is so extensive, we've been advised we should consider tearing down the home and starting again, investing at least $1.4 million on top of the $2 million we've already spent purchasing the new yet defective units. We are 3 years into a lawsuit that is costing us upwards of 6 figures, and a trial date still has not even been set. Right now, this is the only option for homeowners who have been wronged by DOB's broken policies and procedures. However, as the council, you have the opportunity to prevent potential DC homebuyers from going through what myself and others here are. My understanding that the OHG has provided the council 6 concrete suggestions regarding changes to the law and DOB policies that would hold DOB and developers accountable for building defects and not penalize innocent homeowners. Several of those suggestions have funding considerations, and I urge you to take that into effect in looking at this year's budget. In the meanwhile, I urge DOB to invest in the training and oversight resources needed to truly operate an effective third-party inspection system, since that is clearly the approach the agency has decided to take. As home buyers, we rely on DOB's checks and balance system to ensure that developers for whom we ultimately buy a home from have built in compliance with DOB's code and standards. A lack of oversight of these inspectors has resulted in several of the egregious situations brought before this committee. If this continues, it begs the question, why would anyone take the risk of purchasing new construction in the district? Thank you for this opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Esrock. McKenna Osborne.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Fruman. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the mayor's proposed budget for the Department of Buildings. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families living in poor housing conditions that are negatively impacting their child's health. These families need a well-funded, properly staffed DOB that can successfully secure prompt correction of code violations and incentivize landlords to invest in regular maintenance to prevent violations in the first place. As the council makes difficult decisions about how to allocate the district's limited resources in the FY25 budget, we urge council members to remember that adequately funding DOB is an investment in the health and safety of DC residents and the preservation of the district's affordable housing stock. In DOB's FY25 budget, Children's Law Center encourages the council to prioritize funding the legislation it has already passed to improve rental housing conditions and protecting the district's investments in DOB rental housing inspection and enforcement capacity. My written testimony goes into greater detail on these points. First, Children's Law Center greatly appreciates the council's commitment to protecting DC tenants from health-harming conditions in their rental housing. We are concerned, however, that two important laws the council passed in recent years to accomplish this remain unfunded and therefore unimplemented. The Residential Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act, which expands responsibility for indoor mold inspections and enforcement to DOB to ensure that low-income tenants are effectively protected by the district's mold law, and the Proactive Inspection Program Act, which council passed earlier this year, which brings DOB's proactive inspections program in line with nationally recognized best practices for strategically targeting housing code enforcement resources to protect the health and safety of all tenants. We encourage the committee to pursue funding these laws in DOB's FY25 budget, especially the Rental Housing Environmental Safety Amendment Act, which could be subject to repeal if it is not funded in this year's budget. Thankfully, the mayor's proposed FY25 budget does not make the same level of cuts to mission-critical DOB FTE positions that it did last year, which the council ultimately restored. It does, however, include a decrease of 2 FTEs in the rental housing inspections program and 1 in the housing rehabilitation program. We urge the committee to ask DOB for details on what positions would be cut with these decreases and how that would impact DOB's ability to conduct complaint-based and proactive rental inspections and abatement. Ensuring that DOB is fully staffed in its rental housing inspection, enforcement, and abatement programs is vital for DOB to make progress towards securing more timely correction of violations and the payment of fines by landlords who violate the housing code. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Teresa Aspinwall.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Fruman. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Teresa Aspinwall, and I am representing the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. MSSPA is a nonprofit association of early childhood educators and childcare business owners in the district. I would like to share some observations about unintended consequences of exclusionary building codes and regulations that are impacting the supply of quality, affordable, and accessible childcare. The district offers a mixed delivery system of early care programs in community-based, private, and home-based settings. Parental decisions about childcare take in consideration affordability, location, and preference on where their child will thrive. Child development home programs are in high demand for working families. These residential-based programs often offer expanded services at a more affordable price and can be more suitable option for dual language learners and children with special needs. There are substantial barriers to the establishment of these programs due to building codes for childcare facilities adopted by the Department of Buildings in 2020. A quick review of the current list of licensed child development programs shows that not one new child development home program received an approval permit from DOB since November 2022. The two building codes that have stopped the growth of residential childcare options include: one, the district's code that disallows child development homes from operating in multifamily buildings with 3 or more units. And two, the regulation that requires child development homes to have fire suppression sprinkler systems in the buildings, in their homes. Based on the work with dozens of community members who have been unable to open a home-based family childcare program in the district, I am offering the following recommendations. DOB should clarify and update policies that prohibit licensed child development homes from operating in multifamily buildings. We continue to hear from our members that DOB is not accepting permit applications for multifamily buildings with as few as 3 units. We ask that DOB look for opportunities to amend codes that allow ground floor residents or other units with safe and appropriate exits in any building type to be used as child development homes. Second, DOB and the city should develop alternatives or dedicate funding for these residential sprinkler systems that are required in child development homes. DOB and its expert panels are charged with developing regulations that should consider the district's needs for additional childcare businesses and look for solutions that facilitate the opening of child development homes that are consistent with occupant safety. Compared to other states, the district has more restrictive building codes around home-based childcare businesses, which is preventing the creation of new child development homes and contributing to the shortage of the childcare slots in the district. Finally, DOB can do more to support applicants who want to start their child development programs and as they navigate through the complicated review, inspection, and permitting process. As a start, DOB should translate their childcare information on their website to ensure accessibility for residents who are developing their English language skills. DOB can also be more proactive in efforts to support applicants through the technical permitting and inspection processes. Relevant information should be clearly published so that childcare providers can navigate the building codes and the fire review. Encouraging economic development will be important to help the city offer accessible childcare programs for our youngest learners. I hope the Department of Building and the council can work with stakeholders to develop more inclusive building codes that consider the needs of DC working families. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Aspinwall. Cynthia Davis?
Think I'm here. Oh, okay. I see myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we see you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I had to pull over on the side of the road. Greetings, Chairperson Middleton and committee members. My name is Cynthia Davis, and I'm the founder and CEO of Kings and Queens Child Care Center, a home-based facility in Ward 4 that has been operating for over 15 years, and the executive director of the DC Family Child Care Association. I testified before the DC Committee of the Whole on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024, during Director Hanlon's testimony to the committee. Chairperson Middleton, you asked Director Hanlon to get with the grassroots organization heads who provided testimony and create a task force to resolve some of the miscommunications issues surrounding the installation of the new sprinkler system for child development homes seeking an occupation permit HOP. My colleague Teresa Aspinwall and from the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association and I have been diligently reaching out to Mr. Hanley and DOB staff to build this relationship and task force, but have not heard back from Director Hanlon or his staff. Director Hanlon spoke about the numerous ways we could work together, agreed to create this task force, and that this would not hinder the growth of our profession as family child care teachers. I know Director Hanlon is busy, but time is of the essence. We are losing many opportunities for child development homes to grow in number. We have about 10 people on the list who are having difficulties getting the HOP, let alone starting a home-based child care business. The hardship is real, and we are facing extinction due to the age and the recent regulatory changes of the fire codes regarding Appendix M. I am here again today to take another step in the building the relationship so that many other stakeholders that operate a child development home, family child care business are not forced to close their doors, close their businesses for not having a sprinkler system. Our colleague, Ms. Winifred Thomas, a Ward 8 representative, still has issues getting and locating the HOP application online. These new automated changes could be more coherent and more accessible to find online. DOB staff are the only people who can maneuver the system to locate documents or applications. Further, we need an on-site person to answer frequent questions to minimize wait times. We are often told to contact Hillary Seibold and are given her personal Gmail address, but she never answers. Waiting for a response from Ms. Seibold sometimes takes days, weeks, or no response. We know she is teleworking from California, and this is unacceptable. We need issues handled swiftly and on site, i.e. not having to wait, call, or get the runaround. Family child development homes are DC residents who live, work, and employ other DC residents. Therefore, our businesses should be valued and treated as other lucrative businesses in the city. We still feel the loss from the pandemic and are experiencing low child care enrollment. Also, the child development homes are senior citizens who are already retired from careers. We are continuously hit with hardships, making operating a child development home or starting a new child care business difficult. Based on OSSI's listing of child development facilities, can you still hear me? I'm sorry. Child care facilities, as of November 2022, HOPs have yet to be issued to anyone seeking to operate or open a child development business. Lastly, DC Building Code prohibits establishing or expanding a CDH in multifamily dwellings. The prohibition of CDHs from operating a family child care facility in a multifamily residential dwelling is discriminatory, creates more disparities for Black and Brown children, and makes the goal of sufficient child care slots impossible, or at least the best of a pipe dream. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could send it.
I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ann Lewis?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and Director Hanlon. My name is Ann Lewis, and I'm the founding president of City Wildlife. And I do want to thank and commend Director Hanlon for his good work. I'm here to support DOB's implementation of the Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act of 2022, which takes effect on October 1st of this year. As you know, the purpose of the law, which is often referred to as the Bird Safe Buildings Law, is to reduce the large number of birds being killed in DC every year by collisions with our glass buildings. This is an important law. To date, our volunteers have documented more than 5,700 bird strikes in the limited area of the city that we monitor, and 85% of these strikes are fatal. We're now finding between 500 and 700 birds a year just in the limited area, and these numbers don't include the many victims that we don't find. The district's new Bird Safe Buildings Law is a solution that will prevent these tragic collisions. The law will be administered by DOB through the permitting process. It will require most new buildings and existing buildings that are replacing 75% of more of their glass to be bird safe. That is, to use bird safe glass or to include an architectural element such as a screen or louver that diverts birds. The law exempts residential projects under 5 units, places of worship, and historic landmark buildings. We note that the district CFO determined that the cost for DOB to administer this law would be $245,000 for fiscal year 2025. It's important to include whatever cost is necessary to implement this law in this DOB budget. However, we do believe the CFO's fiscal impact determination is far in excess of any actual administrative costs. An attachment to my testimony shows that based on the CFO's budget assumptions, each project reviewed would require approximately 10 hours of work by DOB staff just on bird glass safety. As an example, that would mean 5 hours per project for a permit administrator and another 5 hours per project for an inspector, even though permit review and inspection for bird glass compliance is simple, and most commercial projects are now inspected by private inspectors. This time estimate seems grossly excessive. We also note that New York City implemented its similar law without any additional permit review or inspection cost, even from the beginning. We've spoken with DOB about this, and it's possible their understanding is now more realistic about permit review and inspection costs, if any. Thus, we suggest it may be productive to request the CFO's office to revisit the fiscal impact statement for the Bird Safe Buildings Law before the fiscal year 2025 budget is approved, as long as it could be done without delaying implementation of this important law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing, and we look forward to working with the DC Council and DOB on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Susan Shore.
Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, Director Hanlon, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify at this Committee of the Whole Budget Oversight hearing on the Department of Buildings. My name is Susan Shore, and I'm the chair of the Sierra Club District of Columbia Chapter Zero Waste Committee, and also a Ward 3 resident. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. The DC chapter has approximately 3,000 dues-paying members and in the district and many thousands of supporters. Construction and demolition, or C&D waste, currently represents a quarter of the district's waste stream. DOB's enforcement of existing district building code C&D reuse and recycling requirements, and here I refer to Section 503 of the DC Green Construction Code for commercial buildings and Section 327.1 of the Residential Building Code, would significantly contribute to meeting the district's goal to divert 80% of waste from polluting landfills and incinerators. Landfills emit methane, a more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Incinerators spew toxic fumes into the majority Black and Brown communities in which they are frequently located, including for the district, the incinerator located in Lorton, Virginia. Our failure to act to enforce these building codes harms people and the planet. This shouldn't be a big ticket budget item, but promises high impact. We met with DOB after testifying on this issue at the February DOB Performance Oversight hearing, which we appreciate. DOB assured us that they do receive hauling receipts from demolition and renovation projects. However, the ability to collect and review the data needs to be strengthened to effectively confirm and analyze compliance with district building code reuse and recycling targets. DOB also agreed they need to improve outreach and raise awareness about these pollution limiting practices, especially among small contractors. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan provides a modest increase to the green building program. We request the DOB allocate the funds necessary to improve their ability to collect and analyze the hauling receipts data and publicly report the status of compliance. We also request DOB to assign staff to conduct outreach, guidance, education, and enforcement, and report back to this committee on implementation and to share relevant information on C&D waste diversion with the Office of Waste Diversion in the Department of Public Works. Of course, publishing compliance data will also provide insight on where DOB should offer more guidance, outreach, education, and enforcement allowing DOB to achieve greater efficiency in implementation. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Shore. And I don't have a copy of your statement, which would be very helpful if you could provide that.
Thank you. I thought I uploaded it this morning, but I will check.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have one round, 10-minute questions. I don't know if I need 10 minutes. Let me see, Ms. Aspinwall and Ms. Davis, you both testified similarly regarding the code requirements for child development homes. I just have a question about, well, I guess I have a couple of questions. One is, at the last hearing, I had suggested that you meet with, or that the director meet with you. Did that meeting take place?
It did not.
No,
Oh.
It did not.
it did not.
Okay, so it still needs to take place. And my second question is, I'm a little bit hesitant about considering legislation that would somehow override the requirement for fire suppression. The last thing I want to do is read in the paper that there was a fire that affected a child development home where there were not sprinklers because the council, guess what, said they didn't need sprinklers. So I get that it's a burden, but.
Agreed.
Agreed. We're not saying that to not have sprinkler systems. We're saying to not put us out of business just to get one. We can't afford, because we are seniors. I don't have $30,000 for a sprinkler system or for anyone. And you know, they know that in DC we have old buildings and old homes here. There has not been a fire in a long time. I haven't never known one, because I've been trying to do the research to see if there was a fire of a child development home that did not have a sprinkler in the system. We're not saying not to have them and do the codes. We're just saying, how can we coexist with the code being there and not them saying, no, you can't get it at all. You just can't have a business. That's going to put us out of business. We're down to at least 95 homes now because we're aging out. And the code is just very expensive. We need help. We don't mind if somebody is willing to help us fund it. We willing to do whatever we need to do, because our business is children. We want to make sure that children are health and safety. We do all the health and safety that OSI requires, all that fire even requires. We want that. We just want to be able to have a business and not be out of business.
Thank you. Let me, because I'm on a clock. Although, Ms. Aspinwall, were you about to say
I
something?
was just gonna, just to add to Cynthia's comment, is that one, we also have to remember these are homes, and we're talking about 6 children, max 9 children. And we're also talking about, you know, that most of the programs are on the first level. So there are ways that many cities will get around this. And my sense is that maybe about over a year ago, what I understood from DOB was that they adopted the International Construction Code. And they just adopted without really getting into seeing the impact that it would have on the city. And that is what we're encouraging, is just to go back and look into to see if there's ways and opportunities to support these businesses.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Esrock, in your testimony, you said that it's your understanding that the Attorney General's office has provided the council 6 concrete suggestions. I'm unaware of those.
Yeah, Chairman Mendelson, you shared that feedback when I testified earlier this year. I had sent you and someone in your office the 6 suggestions. I'm happy to resurface them to you all. That would be helpful.
Why don't you do that, please?
Okay.
And then we'll look at them. Let's see what other questions I have. Ms. Noorani, you said I just want to understand this better. You have a working group with the director?
After the last meeting, I reached out because he had mentioned doing a working group, and I reached out, and we had an initial meeting in early April, myself and 2 other homeowners that you may be familiar with, Martin Holmes and Mommy Preston. Yes, and so we had an initial meeting, but we will hopefully be meeting again monthly initially, but I do feel it'll be helpful to have council oversight to ensure that we make progress and you, our guys, are aware that we're making progress. We feel there's, the main issues are permitting, under which neighbor notification and plan review falls, and then the illegal construction aspect, the inspections, the third-party inspections, and just the general culture and creating a culture that supports builders with integrity and good builders.
So is there a follow-up meeting scheduled?
We haven't had one scheduled yet. We've reached out and we haven't heard back, but I'm hoping we schedule one in May. I'd be happy to keep you posted of that. You or one of your assistants, just to let you know that we're all staying on track. It would be helpful.
Okay, well, yeah, for sure. Keep us posted on that.
Okay, I will CC your staff on the email.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Ms. Marani, if you could also include me and my staff, Lori Leibowitz, when you forward those materials, and Ms. Esrock, the same thing in terms of the OAG recommendations, that would be helpful. Ms. Christides, there's been a little bit, in one of the witnesses testified to an increase in inspectors, and you testified to a decrease in inspectors, and there's different categories of inspectors. Can you just help me understand your view of what's happening out there in terms of staffing in this budget, in terms of staffing for building inspections, rental inspections, and mold inspections?
I'll do my best. I believe the other witness, Ms. Osborne, was kind of referring to the fact that in the last fiscal year budget, there had been a large number of cuts proposed, but those were funded. Based on DOB's oversight responses, my understanding is that there are 36 residential housing inspectors, although it's unclear how many are permanent versus contractors. The current mayor's proposed budget reflects a cut of 2 FTEs to the residential housing inspections program. I can't speak as much to the other programs because I'm less familiar with those, but my focus is on residential housing inspectors.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. And you talk about the OAH process and the backlog at OAH. As my understanding is, there's a violation that's found and that DOB has to go to OAH in order to get an order to collect the fine, as opposed to in other contexts, a fine would be imposed and the recipient of the notice would have the right to appeal. Why isn't it done in that way? I mean, if we have a backlog of 10,000 cases, how are we going to get through that if every one of them has to go through OAH and you can have this foot dragging process?
My understanding is that the fine is imposed through the issuance of the notice of infraction, and then the housing provider respondent has the opportunity to appeal and and respond. And Mr. Hamlin and Mr. Parsons can probably speak to this better than I can. But to become final and enforceable, it does have to go through the OAH process. I think it's worth looking into whether there's maybe another mechanism to adjudicate the fines. That would not be as time intensive perhaps as the OAH process, but I think that the way that the enforcement scheme is currently implemented in law, the housing provider has an opportunity, sort of due process before the fine can be assessed, and that's going through the OAH process.
Okay, and then you made a reference to, in a rent controlled setting, that there might not be a rent increase while there's a violation. How do you see that working? Does that prohibition on a rent increase need to wait OAH determination, or does that come into place once there's been a found violation? Mechanically, how would you suggest that we do that?
So within the Rental Housing Act, for rent stabilized properties, there is a provision that says that units that are not in substantial compliance with the housing code, the housing provider is not allowed to make an upward adjustment of rent but that's not sort of a self-effectuating statute. Typically what we see is tenants will file a tenant petition initially with the Rental Accommodations Division, and then that gets passed on to the Office of Administrative Hearings and it gets adjudicated. The tenant petition challenges the rent increase based on the contention that there were substantial housing code violations present. And Legal Aid has advisor represented tenants who have successfully gotten rent increases rolled back or received rent reductions based on OH finding that there were substantial housing code violations. However, there isn't sort of a proactive mechanism that I'm aware of by which DOB consults or shares information with the Rental Accommodations Division, or as far as I'm aware, that the Rental Accommodation Division proactively kind of questions on a yearly basis the filing submitted by the housing provider saying we're going to adjust the rent upward. I don't think that there's a sort of formal mechanism to share information and say, we're not going to let you adjust the rent upward because DOB tells us that there's actually an outstanding NOI for this property. So our idea, Legal Aid's proposal, is that there should be some form of memorandum of understanding, at least, and perhaps some affirmative data sharing that would allow the Rental Accommodations Division to actually take a more proactive role in, I suppose, reviewing these certificates of rent adjustment and actually telling housing providers that they can't adjust the rent while there's a known NOI outstanding or a known housing code violations based on a DOB inspection.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very helpful. Mr. Elkins, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all the work you do in the community. You have the suggestion that maybe we need to take folks out of the permitting positions and into the inspections position. I think in the budget, we're probably seeing the opposite of that. I think we're seeing some more investment in customer service to try to help people make their way through the process, and maybe a little bit of less investment in inspections. How many additional inspectors would you like us to see that could begin to address what's a meaningful addition to the number of inspectors from your perspective?
Council member, I wish I knew. I am not a good enough expert in the functioning of the department. What I am saying is that we know that there are not enough inspectors because we do not have this critical mass of inspection and enforcement consequences so that we get the voluntary compliance. We have rampant non-compliance that tells us we are short. How much we're short, I can't tell you. But as I said in my testimony, the previous director was very focused on customer relations and making sure that people can get their permits quickly. I'm in favor of that, but I think it's gone so far, and it sounds like it continues to go that way, that it really disadvantages the honest developers in this city. We're not doing them a favor by giving them their permit quicker if in fact other people are getting a permit and cheating and essentially making it hard for them to compete in this market. So I think it's a misbalance in the department, and I would ask the council to change it. How much? I'm sorry, I don't have the expertise to tell you.
All right, well, I have a feeling I'm going to get the same answer to the next question, because we hear from you and others that OAH is understaffed, and I mean that the magnitude of the backlog is enormous. What are you suggesting in terms of added staff at OAH in order to meaningfully take a bite out of that backlog?
Once again, I don't have the actual number, but to have thousands and thousands of these applications before, or appeals before OAH, is clearly out of sync. What has happened really with this tenant program, in my view, and I'm not an expert in this area, but I have watched it, is that the department has become essentially the inspector general for property owners. Property owners sit back, they don't have to inspect their own property for violations. They wait until there's a complaint. The complaint comes in, DOB inspects, tells them to fix the problem. And because of the OAH problem, DOB is highly motivated, and I don't blame them, to try to reach an agreement with the property owner to fix the problem. After all, we're looking here for abatement and not for trying to penalize people. We want these properties to be safe. And so they make an agreement, and the landlord is essentially let off free of charge. So the landlord has to have an inspection program themselves.
So I hear you on that, and I appreciate it. And this choke point in the OAH process is really a very important problem that we need to address. Ms. Osborne, it looked like you had peeked up when I was asking about inspectors, and so if I can use my last second to open the door for you to talk to these
I
issues.
believe that I think the Access to Justice Commission commissioned a report on the civil legal process at OAH that recommended a particular number of, for OAH staffing purposes is what I was looking up. I think they have a specific number of the positions needed additionally at OAH to help move through the backlog, especially for DOB cases. So we can get that number to you.
That's wonderful. If you'd send that report and that number, really appreciate it. Thank you very much to all the witnesses.
Ms. Osborne, there was Access to Justice Commission did a study?
I'm not sure if I am looking right now, there's something called the Delivering Justice Addressing Civil Legal Needs in the District of Columbia report. It's a report. I don't know that it was a study, if that's the correct term.
Okay,
But
by the Access to Justice Commission.
I believe so.
Sounds like something from Council for Court Excellence, but
Maybe. What I'm looking at right now is from the Access to Justice Commission, but I was just trying to find the correct thing.
and what's it called again?
Delivering Justice Addressing Civil Legal Needs in the District of Columbia.
And in that, there's some analysis of Office of Administrative Hearings,
Yes.
but it's not exclusively about OAH.
I am not sure. I believe it does cover other areas, but its focus is OAH.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I feel a little guilty. I didn't have questions for either of you, but your testimony was very helpful and very good, so thank you. That's going to conclude the questions for you all. You all are excused, and we'll turn to the director, Brian Hanlon. You probably use that water bottle once a year when you have a hearing and you bring it out and display it. Have a seat. Stop it.
Red is on.
Red is on. Red is go. In the council, we do things a little backwards. Green is stop and red is go.
Okay. Shall I commence?
Yes, please. And good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Chair Louis George, who's in absentia today, Council Member Fruman and staff. I am Brian Hanlon, Director of the Department of Buildings, also known as DOB. I am pleased to appear before you today to discuss the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for DOB, and I'm honored to join my counterparts from the Office of Zoning and the Office of Planning, who I believe will be here later, two agencies that we collaborate with to regulate the built environment for those who live, work, and play in the district. As I've said in prior testimony to council, to industry leaders, the design community, customers, and to each operating division at DOB, I am focused on creating positive outcomes for all our involved stakeholders. We are seeking to innovate and evolve our processes to make the customer experience as seamless and streamlined as possible. We do this under the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser and the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure, Keith Anderson, and in partnership with agencies such as the Office of Zoning, Office of Planning, District Department of Transportation, District Department of Energy and Environment, the Council, ANCs, and resident advocates. While DOB is a regulatory agency, we perform a catalytic role in the DC comeback. We are directly linked to economic development and quality of life. Since taking the helm of the agency last May, I have emphasized a spirit of engagement with our customers and stakeholders to foster a culture of continuous process improvement at DOB. Our focus in seeking constructive feedback, investing in customer service, and ensuring building safety helps us to operationalize improvement, thereby unlocking further economic development opportunities to collectively strengthen our neighborhoods, the downtown, and other vital areas in the district. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her strong leadership and steadfast support for our agency. In line with developing and maintaining a culture of continuous improvement, DOB has initiated several strategic initiatives. These include streamlining our plan review and permitting processes. And of note, we are developing a special accelerated permitting process for temporary pop-ups around the city, particularly in vacant downtown areas called pop-up permits, or also known as PUPs. DOB is transforming how we help customers understand our regulations and processes and creating better guidance to take them through their projects. Another example of our advancement is our new PPRM process, which stands for Preliminary Process Review Meetings. Through this preemptive initiative, we identify and alleviate issues prior to plan review, potentially saving customers months of project delays. And by communicating with developers earlier, DOB establishes a reputation of efficiency and business friendliness. And I'm very proud of the team we have assembled. Our organizational structure is essentially the same as when the agency was formed, but we have made some refinements. For example, we created the Chief Special Projects Officer position to help our agency's transformation by being a primary conduit for industry and customer feedback, helping DOB operationalize real-time feedback into more effective day-to-day processes. We also elevated our capabilities regarding green buildings and sustainability and have instituted a heightened focus on stamping out dangerous illegal construction. In my testimony today, I will outline what our agency plans to accomplish through the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget, a fair shot, strategic investments, and shared sacrifice. I want to reassure council and the public that DOB will continue to fulfill its mission and continue to focus on improving customer experience in the coming fiscal year. However, it is important to first review DOB's core responsibilities. DOB is responsible for regulating the built environment in the District of Columbia through plan review, project permitting, and ensuring compliance with applicable building codes and zoning regulations. Additionally, DOB inspects diverse construction projects and inspects rental housing to help ensure DC residents have safe and habitable living environments. Lastly, DOB chairs and contributes to the work of the district's Construction Code Coordinating Board, or the CCCB, and works in conjunction with DOEE to oversee green building projects and sustainability efforts. DOB's overarching vision has three objectives. These are: 1, DOB is a national model of customer service and value creation. 2, DOB is a catalyst for responsible economic development, social diversity, and environmental sustainability. And 3, DOB is essential to a thriving and resilient city. While the mayor's proposed 2025 budget represents a slight decrease in funding from FY24, DOB is committed to delivering on its mission by ensuring that the people of DOB, from its most senior leadership to our customer-facing personnel, operate as a team dedicated to clarity, communication, and collaboration. The district finds itself in a complex fiscal environment. A downturn in revenues due to the economic impact of the pandemic has created pressures to do more with less. However, I believe this is an opportunity to rethink how we can operate with agility. The mayor's proposed budget funds several downtown action plan initiatives that involve DOB, including conversion of unoccupied office space into new and affordable housing and transition of vacant properties into productive use. The mayor's FY25 budget for DOB is approximately $63.3 million, which represents an approximate 3% decrease from FY24. This decrease reflects our ability to operate within a tight fiscal environment while still focusing on customer experience. The mayor's FY25 budget supports the following areas. 1, enhanced customer service. Over the past year, DOB established a team of customer service specialists, including what we're calling navigators or process navigators, that has become an essential part of DOB's customer relations work, aiding customers in navigating DOB's complex operational and regulatory environment. Originally funded by federal ARPA funds that expire at the end of FY24, this priority includes $2.31 million in funding for 17 FTE customer service positions, including 14 account managers. In addition, we have streamlined our front-facing customer service personnel whose primary responsibility is answering customer phone calls and designated inquiries for the appropriate operating division. During FY23, DOB customer service processed 149,000 unique inquiries received by phone, chat, or email, and in-office appointments. This comes out to around 573 per business day. As part of our equity and accessibility goals, this team also carries out the agency's Language Access Act operational requirements. DOB's customers have come to expect an elevated level of responsiveness, and this team is essential for us to continue this service in FY25. As we improve the operational effectiveness of the customer service team, we can expect to see a reduction in call volume and call length to create additional bandwidth for elevated performance in other ways. Number 2, operational impact of capital for IT systems in terms of modernization. In prior years, DOB traditionally funded IT modernization through capital investments. Ongoing investment to reduce the number of digital applications that customers must use and create unified entry points for residents are critical parts of our transformational journey. The mayor has included $1.7 million for FY25 to fund operations and maintenance for system enhancements implemented in FY24 that improve the customer experience during permitting inspections and plan review. Number 3, nuisance abatement and proactive inspection. The mayor has approved $450,000 for a quality assurance and quality control initiative to help DOB improve nuisance abatement and proactive inspections, allowing us to address health and safety concerns more effectively for occupied and vacant residential properties. Before I close, I would like to spend a moment to share what more we're doing regarding DOB's organizational culture. Since I arrived at DOB, my focus has been on improving the operational efficiency of the agency, largely through instilling a culture of continuous improvement. This is relevant to today's conversation about our budget because ultimately it is incumbent on our team to deliver positive outcomes. We will succeed by working to align our people with a dedicated customer service mindset, rooted on a disciplined approach that views what we do as essential to the district's enhanced economic development and quality of life. This is accomplished through daily collaboration and interactions with one another internally at DOB, with other agencies, and with our customers. A slight decrease in funding does not impede our ability to improve in these ways or relieve us of our critical responsibility to meet today's challenges. Rather, it motivates and drives us to strive for coordinated intentionality of our thoughts and actions. Through a wide array of innovative programming, DOB has achieved significant operational proficiencies and service enhancement for district residents. I have every confidence that our entire team will continue to be good stewards of government resources. And as before, DOB will relentlessly perform our services in an equitable and accessible manner, continue to demand that builders work responsibly and safely, and hold those out of compliance accountable to the full extent of the law. We will persist in collaborating with our partners to decrease the district's vacant and blighted property stock, investing in efforts to bring as many of these buildings as possible back to productive use across every ward in the city. These efforts, combined with the coordinating engagement of our sister agencies to execute Mayor Bowser's vision, will help to further enhance DC's comeback. I am confident that the FY25 budget will allow us to continue to build on our recent accomplishments. Our agency is fully committed to providing unparalleled service to DC residents and homeowners, and I trust that my testimony today effectively outlined DOB's vision for FY25. Chairman Mendelson and other council members, Councilmember Fruman, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Hanlon. Put me in a 10-minute clock. How many residential housing code inspectors you have budgeted for, is proposed for the FY25 budget?
FY25 proposes 44 inspectors in the housing code.
And what is the current budget?
I don't actually have that exact number.
It's a little bit more?
It may be. Can I get back with an exact number for you?
Yes.
Actually, let me ask Enu. Do you have that? Yeah. Enu Godi is will actually can provide that detail.
Good morning. The number of inspectors is the same as FY24.
I'm sorry, say that, I can't hear you.
The number of inspectors is the same as the prior year.
And of the 44, how many actually inspect as opposed to being supervisors or managers?
And we have 5 managers in the total group. So 34, or rather 44 minus 5 is
And then does that 44 also include support staff, or the support staff is, because you have like
we have
also-
5 folks that would be kind of in administrative and support areas and management, and then the balance are actually in inspector positions.
So the 5 managers are also the support staff?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, right, because they're in a management role. Keith, do you want to add to that?
Yes, Director. So the support staff are not included in the 44. Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Apologies.
And the same question with regard to construction inspectors?
And in construction inspectors, let me just check that. In the building inspection program, we've got 29 FTEs for building inspectors.
And that includes how many managers?
Got 1 manager.
1 manager for 29?
Yes.
All right, that
That's
doesn't-
actually, apologies, 2 managers for that group.
So that's roughly 15 per manager, but for residential, it's roughly 8 per manager.
Yeah, I'd have to do the math, but
Okay. How, now, when I look at the budget book, the table 4, seems to say rental housing inspections program, you're losing two inspectors or two FTEs, even though the testimony was no change. Rental housing inspection. Housing rehabilitation, losing one. Building inspection, which I'm assuming is the construction, losing 6.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that we did was we aligned staff in multiple operating divisions to other areas that in accordance with their actual role and function. And it may be helpful to actually walk through that with you, after today's hearing, to go through each operating division.
Well,
and
how
just-
about if you submit, following the hearing, submit in writing, a grid, 1 or 2 grids
Yeah,
that would show FTEs, that would show the fiscal year 24 budget,
yeah, that's great.
the change for fiscal year 25. Let me back up. The fiscal year 24 budget, the actual number that are on board. And if you want, you could break that down, because if you're hiring, then like you've got, let's say 13 actual and you're hiring 3, you could break
Sure.
it down or just say actual. And then what the change is for FY25, which could be +3, -2, whatever.
Right.
And then break it down for inspectors, managers, support staff, which in the answer you've given me, the support staff was additional. I'd like to see that. And do that for residential, construction, and vacant.
That sounds great. We'll
Do I
make
need to
that.
repeat any of that, or
No, I think my team is taking copious notes, so.
we hope so? So 2 grids, I think 2 grids, maybe 3, for residential inspection, for construction inspection, for vacant property inspection, FY24 budget, what the actual number is. If you want, break that down and to include what you are onboarding, and then what the change is for fiscal year 25, and do this for inspectors, managers, and support staff.
I see my team nodding yes, so we're good. We'll get that to
Okay.
you.
In your statement, you talked about the accelerated permitting process for PUPs.
Yes.
So what's different about it?
Well, recently, the Artomatic activated a building downtown, and it was a process that we came into, later in the game, became aware of the project. They submitted just about 6 days before, about 8 days before the actual opening. So we worked very closely with the group to get out there, inspect, and make sure that the event was going to be safe and could be carried off in a timely way. And we learned a number of things in the process. And so what we did was we basically hybridized and connected dots internally to streamline a process that still ensures safety, but allows people that want to activate vacant space downtown and eventually across the city for retail, for arts, for other types of programs, and do it much more quickly. The process is right now, we're saying in 15 business days or less. I think as the program is refined, it will actually take less time. And so events like Artomatic, and we've got another one that's coming up. There's a whole series of events. I think Pride is happening next year. Those will allow spaces to be activated with a lot less process friction while still ensuring safety.
Now, with all due respect, I don't think I know anything more now than before you answered the question.
Oh,
Sorry, because I asked what was different. So right now you have a C of O. This, we're talking about certificates of occupancy, correct? That's all we're talking
Yeah.
about, certificates of occupancy. And right now, somebody applies for a certificate of occupancy. It takes X number of days, but for PUPs, it's going to be accelerated. So what's different?
well, I think the difference is that these are spaces which have previously had certificates of occupancy. So it's not the same thing as moving into a brand new building or one that's been used for some time. So we took basically the building permit process and the certificate of occupancy process, and we streamlined it to create the PUPs permit program so that you could get essentially a temporary certificate of occupancy for the duration of whatever the pop-up is. So it's a hybrid of both.
I understand a little better, but still not great.
Well,
So one thing I'm hearing is that it's a temporary certificate of occupancy.
It would
That's the
be,
difference.
it would be temporary.
Okay.
And it's for 12 months or less.
Okay, now, would a building permit be required?
I
I guess it depends upon what the work is.
It's, if there is actual installation, that may complicate, if they're doing some fit out, that may complicate the review process. And there would be an appropriate review of that work from a building permitting perspective.
And that's part of the accelerated process, is to accelerate that building permit review.
Yes, and I think I think of it less as an accelerated process and more as a streamlined process so that it has the appropriate measures in place for what a temporary use of a building would require. And in general, I think we're talking about uses that aren't different from how a space may have been used before. A lot of vacant space on the street level was used for retail and things like that. So a lot of pop-up uses are going to, I think, be similar types of uses.
So for C of O, do you do an inspection of the property?
We would do any appropriate inspection. Yes, we'd make sure that it's safe.
And so for the pop-ups, there'll still be that inspection?
Yes. And
So-
go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, if it's at all helpful, we would also, appreciate the opportunity to come in and kind of walk through the each step of the process.
Well, that's sort of what this hearing's about. But my time is up. I'll come back to this. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I really appreciate it. I'm going to have to leave in 10 minutes, so the chairman is generously making sure I get my full 10 minutes.
Okay.
So Director Hanlon, I first, really grateful to you and your team. You have all been very, very responsive whenever we have issues, and, very much appreciative of that. So
Thank you.
Thank you. There's been the data that the chairman was asking for. I also am going to be very curious to see
Absolutely.
the numbers of FTEs for inspectors, the numbers of vacancies, and so all will be helpful, and I'm not going to rehash that. I guess I want to start with a bigger picture question about that, which is, we heard testimony from members of the public that the system isn't working as well as it ought to be working, and a request that we have more inspectors. And frankly, one of the witnesses said, if there's not enough money in the budget to add more inspectors, take it from the people who are doing permitting, because this inspection process is so important. And I think we're seeing the opposite. I think we're seeing increased investment in trying to facilitate the permitting and construction process, and at best, a holding steady on the level of inspections.
Thank you for that question, council member. I think we can do both, and I think we are doing both, actually. I think with regard to the plan review and permitting ecosystem, we are working to examine areas where we can actually be much more effective on the early stages of a project. In fact, in public testimony, I think Mr. Narani talked about this. It's something that we're already incorporating into the early stage plan review, is to catch stuff as early as possible. And let me just say, if you live in an RF zone and you're planning on doing work on your house, please call us. Please come and work with us, because we can head off issues before they become issues, we can reduce mistakes. I think that what to me is essential about improving that aspect of the process is a couple of different facets. And one is, it helps unlock economic development. The second is, it helps us get in front of regulatory infractions that may occur either from a zoning or a code perspective, and certainly from an illegal construction perspective. So that's going to remain a focal point of mine, but I don't think that we've divested in other areas. With regard to how we are approaching our responsibility for inspecting the rental housing environment, which I think is part of your question, council member. Prior to my arrival, the general approach was to cite, notices of violation, all of them. They fell under two categories. There was routine and emergency, but all of them funneled through to OAH. And so that approach, I thought, required some examination. There's another aspect I want to touch on. So we've examined the nature of violations that occur, and what we're finding is that not all of them need to rise to the level of actually going through the adjudication process to OAH. And we're continuing to examine this, but there are sanitation-related infractions that might be overgrown grass or weeds or things like that, trash, that don't necessarily need to go through the full pipeline and end up at OAH. So we think there's a way to streamline that. That's not to say that we would not be holding folks accountable, that we are going to stay after it, but we need to look at how we're feeding the pipeline. The other area, and apologies for continuing to go on about this, but we have actually worked at great length in terms of making sure that the process, we want to hold landlords accountable, but we also need to make sure that our systems are synchronized. So if we're sending out notices of infraction, we want to make sure they're going to the landlord. So we've actually improved that part of the process so we can, I think, reduce the number of infractions that may be languishing because they may not have actually gotten them because it went to an old email address. So that's an aspect that we're improving.
So actually you jumped in and it's useful, but I hadn't actually gotten to my question, which my question was, are you satisfied with the level of inspectors that you have out there to address all of the issues? We hear from people, pretty frequently that it's slow to get in. It can be slow to get an inspection. There's two choke points. One is getting the inspectors out there, and another is the OAH process. And I want to focus on both. But are you satisfied with the number of inspectors?
I think we need to. I think right now, yes, I'm satisfied with the number of inspectors. I think that, and if I'm hearing your question, I think you're focusing more on construction inspections, or you.
We heard testimony about both things, about the need to have adequate numbers of inspectors out there.
I think where I'm trying to go with the response is that we need to be very thoughtful about how the overall process is managed. We've actually created some improvements on the plan review side, and I think that we've got work to do in terms of ensuring that the way that we are managing, deploying, and training construction inspectors is done so that we can actually tighten that environment up as well. I don't think that requires additional inspectors. I think it's just we need to kind of button up how we're managing it.
Okay, and then over on the OAH side, I'm intrigued by if you decided certain things didn't need to go to OAH, how would the mechanics of that work then? Is that you would just impose a fine without, how would that work?
Let me ask, I'm gonna actually ask Keith Parsons, who's our code enforcement administrator, to walk through that, if that's okay.
Thank you, Director Hanlon. And I will just add on the prior question.
So, because I'm going to run out of time, and I just, as you talk to this, one of the things that I have heard is that you have internally made a decision that you don't impose a fine until you get an order from OAH, which then contributes to this very large backlog. And so can you speak to how we can expedite this process? Is there a way that you can expedite the process by not having things go, by having a presumption of the fine being applied and a right of appeal as opposed to going through this whole process? But if you can speak to that.
Sure, I'll try to address all three of those things, Councilmember. On the previous topic, I will say that both housing code inspections and as you'll see when we submit that analysis, housing code inspector boots on the ground have increased year over year, notwithstanding where the budget is. So I think that we are giving that attention. On the issue of items that we are directing out of the OAH flow in order to increase the emphasis on the emergency violations, which will remain in that flow. The types of violations that we're moving in that direction are what we call sanitation violations. This is grass and weeds. This is trash on the exterior of properties. They are things that tend to be abated before they get to the adjudication process. And if they aren't abated, we can direct the internal team to go abate it and levy a special assessment. So they are not being sort of left out in the cold. We have other ways to address them. On your question about when the fines are imposed, our understanding is that legally, we do not have the right to collect a fine until it goes through the adjudication process. Special assessments are different in that the minute we conduct an abatement and incur that cost for the district, we levy a special assessment. It can be filed like a lien on the property. It can be collected like a lien when the property is transferred. We use both tools, and my understanding is we're using them to the extent of their legal ability. So there's no way I know of to sort of collect fines earlier than we do. We obviously negotiate and enter into settlement agreements prior to OAH adjudication. We are always trying to secure abatement. We are always trying to collect fines. My understanding is we have to go through that process.
All right, well, I am going to run out of time. This is a conversation to be continued because part of what we're hearing is that the relative, your leverage and the landlord's leverage, they have an advantage. They can run out the clock in a certain way. And maybe there are things that we can address in that. The things that you can do where you do an abatement and then do a special assessment are things on the exterior. One thing on the exterior is doors, locks on doors. And I wonder whether or not that can fit into the category of things that you could, where there's not a working lock, which really goes to the safety of the people in the building, doesn't require you to go into the building. You can fix the door from the outside. Is that the kind of thing that you could or would like to be able to do through your abatement and a special assessment?
It's certainly not something that we have historically done. And typically our abatement efforts are focused on life safety and health issues. That would have an impact, I think, to our staff in terms of we might have to bring on additional resources that we don't currently have, or it could be contracted out, but I think it's a net add in terms of resources. And Keith, would you like to add anything to that?
Only that on the question of whether that would qualify for a special assessment, I can certainly consult with our Office of General Counsel and see what their take is on that. Historically, it has not been in that bucket.
I'm going to need to go. I understand historically it's not been. What I'm looking for are ways to help strengthen your hand and to get more quickly at some of these issues. This is a safety issue. So let's continue the conversation.
I welcome that. Thank you, council member.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Mr. Parsons, were you saying that if somebody wants to pay their fine, they can't until it goes to adjudication?
No, Chairman, they can pay it the second we issue the NOI. Some people do admit and pay. That is their option. We can't, we the district cannot collect on it until it is adjudicated in the sense of, sending it to CCU or
That's for the
conducting a
ones who
legal
don't pay.
action to collect the fine.
Wait a minute, the ones who don't pay are the ones that you can't collect on until it goes to adjudication or?
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay. Director Hanlon, did you want to say anything more about the accelerated process for PUPs? What's accelerated? Because I still wasn't getting it.
Yeah, okay, apologies. It's on our website, and I actually don't have the web address for that. I think it's dob.dc.gov pop-up permits. And there's a dash between pop-up and then permits. And that has the entire process outlined. This is a pilot program. I expect that we're going to learn a few things as we go through 1 or 2 iterations of it. And it'll become more streamlined and more effective.
And maybe then the rest of the process will be more streamlined?
I think that, yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point that we anticipate, part of process improvements requires taking a look, excuse me, I'm just going to read the, make sure I get this, dob.dc.gov/ it says pop-up, but I think it's pop-up permits, and we're going to get that to you so we're clear. I think that the DNA from this process improvement is going to be shared with other processes in the agency. And we have a conversation that's going on essentially on a daily basis with all of our operating divisions on how to work as intelligently as we can in terms of how we communicate, how we work with sister agencies or collaborate internally. And certainly this as a, in a way as an experiment that is going to get refined pretty quickly, it's going to, I think, have benefits in other areas as well.
Let me move on. In the contracts and grants spreadsheet provided to the committee, you have a new $305,000 contract for, quote, permit plan review system upgrades, unquote. What system upgrades will be done under this contract?
And do you have an answer to that question? I don't actually have I think there's some upgrades to Permit Wizard that is tied to. And I may have to actually get back to you on the specific upgrades that money is tied to.
Then why don't you get back to me on that?
Happy to.
And in the supplemental budget, the mayor's proposing $866,000 in cuts to your local funds budget. Again, that's in the supplemental. Most of these proposed cuts appear to be in legal services, performance and strategic management, and the rental housing inspection program. What specific positions or items would be cut through the supplemental budget?
Yeah, so that's the 800 and then 866,000.
Correct.
Yes. There's really 2 categories. There's NPS or non-personnel services and PS, personnel services, so that they actually cut across both areas. Most of the proposed cuts are actually in legal services, performance and strategic management, and to some degree in the rental housing inspection program, which I'll expound on. The NPS cuts were made to the rental housing, the payment processing, and some telecom equipment that was actually just done to align with their actual usage. So we just right-sized that area. We did cut, in terms of PS, 4 FTEs. These were vacant positions, I want to stress. 1, legal services, there was a fleet management role, and performance and strategic management. And if happy, of course, to give a more detailed outline of that to your office.
So the 4 vacant FTEs, besides the fact they're vacant, are they then restored in the 25 budget?
No, they are not.
Because your budget for FY25 shows a reduction of 3 FTEs. So is that 3 on top of the 4, or is that?
I would have to comb through the detail. And are you able to address that, or do we need to get back to the chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are 4 FTEs that are cut. but the difference is only 3 because there is one FT that is added as a result of an MOU with Office of Finance and Treasury. It used to be under NPS for cashiering services. They now wanted it to be under to support an FT instead of NPS. So the FTs cut were 4, but the difference is only 3 because of that one FT that's added for the MOU with OFT.
So to restate that, with the supplemental, the department loses 4 positions. But then with the FY25 budget, the cut of 4 is sustained, but then there's a net gain of 1 because of other action in FY25.
That's correct.
So let me ask this question a little differently. Does the cut of 866,000 in FY24 affect any operations?
No, it has not.
The Schedule A for fiscal year 2025 shows 41 vacancies. 11 are housing code inspector positions and 11 are building code inspector positions. Does that sound right so far?
Yep.
What steps are you taking to get these positions filled?
Well, we're taking a variety of steps and we're having some success. But they are very difficult positions to fill because we have to get qualified inspectors. And I've stated this previously, but one of the things that we're doing is working on kind of internal training and certification. So that may mean that we're recruiting people that lack certification, that over time we'll work with them to actually boot up their capabilities. We've got some internal folks that are actually moving up the chain as they become certified, and we're making room in the lower ranks to bring on people that can be trained over time. It's a focus of mine and ours to continue to recruit aggressively in these areas, and I think we're making headway.
Is salary an issue?
I have not heard that salary is an issue. I think it's the major obstacle has been finding qualified candidates.
But haven't you resolved that by hiring folks who then will, after you hire them, get certified?
It's part of a resolution, but yes, I mean, we're working on it, and I think that's going to yield fruit over time, but it is taking time.
Well, you've talked about this at previous hearings. So at some point, I would kind of hope that this would no longer be a barrier, because you would have in process you would have developed this process of hiring folks who then get trained.
Yeah, and I've actually, I think when we share with you the table that you described earlier, we can show you some of the recent success that we've had in recruiting some people here, because we are moving that number down, moving in the right direction. And it's, I think, as a result of our approach.
Are you losing folks? So you have trained, qualified inspectors, and then you lose them. Is that an issue?
I am not aware of it being a problematic issue.
Could have phrased it differently. I'm writing down turnover is not an issue. Correct?
Sorry, say again, please.
Turnover is not an issue.
No, turnover is not an issue.
Your capital budget proposed for FY25 decreased by 82% from fiscal year 2024. What accounts for the sharp drop in a proposed capital budget?
Well, obviously in the environment that we're in, we've had to figure out how to do more with less, in spirit of shared sacrifice. And so we've reoriented investments and operations so that we can continue to serve the public. But we actually are going to defray capital requests until future fiscal years when the budget allows it. And we could continue to operate as we are.
I should have looked at, and I didn't look before the hearing, but are some of the, is some of what got reduced or cut, capital funding for IT modernization?
There, yes, yeah, there's some monies that were cut from that.
But the needs are still there.
Yeah, the mayor did give us $1.7 million to for ongoing kind of maintenance of the systems that we have upgraded, and we're continuing to make upgrades, real upgrades to our current systems. We're migrating one of our primary systems to the cloud. We're working on streamlining data storage and data reconciliation. We've got some other system upgrades. So there is ongoing improvement that's happening in our IT infrastructure.
So my note for this question, meaning what I wrote down next to the question, is that the decrease, what accounts for the 82% decrease in the capital budget is primarily IT related, delayed for quote shared sacrifice, unquote. Now, another way to look at your budget is that there was some increase in local funds, but all the federal funds, which I think was ARPA funding, disappeared. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And so another way to look at the budget from the line of questioning you've gotten so far is that ARPA funding was used to pay for over a dozen account manager positions. So now what happens?
The mayor has provided support for the 14 account manager positions. So they are in our budget now.
And what is an account manager? Is that financial?
No, account managers are essential to our kind of customer service ecosystem. And so the account managers are, in a sense, kind of the air traffic controllers for the agency. And we are continuing to take a very close look at the entire communications ecosystem of the agency, from the call center all the way through a new set of account managers that we are calling navigators, whose responsibility is to field complex inquiries that touch on every single aspect of DOB's realm of responsibilities, and to help get customers towards solutions. It's essential that we do that because it does a number of things. Of course, it elevates customer experience. We think it settles issues faster to elevate quality of life. It also, frankly, over time, and we're seeing this now, reduces call volume and frustration. And when that happens, when there's less call volume and less frustration, it actually opens up our bandwidth to be able to focus in other ways on other improvements. So it's a balancing act that I am beginning to see yield fruit. So the account managers are, in many ways, they are like the mortar in a way for all of the operational areas, which are like, the bricks, to use the analogy. They kind of hold things together in a way and link every single operating responsibility we have to help essentially navigate. So a council member has a question, or an ANC commissioner, or a resident. The navigators are one area of intake for question resolution. The call center is another area of resolution, and 8 of those account managers are actually assigned to wards. So there's 8 account managers that have ward-specific duties. There is three of them that are actually assigned to the primary operating divisions, which is Keith's group, the code enforcement, the zoning administrator Beaton's group, and of course, our chief building official, Nicole Rogers. So they each have an account manager working with them, and the other three are designated as what I'm simply calling navigators. They are the kind of the primary navigators that take the most complex issues and help guide them towards resolution.
And what you just said was a variation of what your written testimony was.
I'm sure it is. Yep.
Give me just a second. So another way of looking at your budget is so I'm looking at some of the testimony. So while the mayor's proposed budget made relatively small cuts to DOB overall, there's disappointment to see that there were cuts made to the rental housing inspections program of $176,000, cut to the housing rehabilitation program of $380,000, and a cut to civil infractions and fine assessment of $29,000. So asking the question this way, how do you respond?
Well, I think my general response would be that we had to look for multiple areas to be able to trim in spaces where we felt it did not negatively influence our ability to deliver service and to deliver positive outcomes. And in many cases, what we were doing was essentially right-sizing certain areas based on what we're actually doing. It was aligning the use of funds, but rather the source and the use to just basically streamline it. So yeah, there were cuts in multiple areas. We had to be thoughtful and creative about how we do that while also maintaining customer service and fulfilling our mission.
The cut to housing rehabilitation program of $380,000.
Yeah, I think that primarily was, I mean, it's similar to a response I gave earlier as we looked at, we had, equipment or systems which were no longer really relevant and needed to be used. We may have had roles, FTEs that were clustered in one operating area that we've moved. So some of that is that kind of adjustment, and I'd have to kind of comb through it to make sure I'm providing a full answer on that, but that's essentially what happened.
What about the $1.1 million cut to the building inspection program? And associated with that is 6.5 FTE reduction. That's program R05706.
Yeah, we actually, so I think on that one, we, I don't believe we cut any FTEs, but, can you provide an answer to that?
Well, the budget book
specific
says 6.5 FTEs.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as a director said earlier, the beginning of the fiscal year, the schedule was reviewed to make sure every FTE is where it belongs to in the program. So it was found out at the time that like 4 vacant building inspectors, for example, were in the building inspection program. So they were moved to the vacant and blighted program. There was also like a program analyst that belonged to permitting, and it was moved. So it was a matter of realigning the schedule, but there's also some NPS cut. For example, there was 200,000 cut for the QA/QC contract, which is quality control and quality assurance contract. There were also some positions that were filled at a lower level. I mean, in terms of steps, the position may be budgeted under like let's say grade 11, step 7. But if the position is filled at grade 11 and then step 3, then that also lowers the amount that's needed. But the main reason here is, again, moving out FTs to the right program.
A realignment within the permitting services division. Director Hanlon, there was testimony if a budget increase to provide more staff to the inspection program is not possible this year, then the council should direct its department move some personnel out of issuing permits into enforcement. How do you respond?
Well, I think my response would be, I believe that we have the appropriate number of personnel in enforcement. And I think that what we need to do is optimally use the people that we have to make sure that they're being scheduled in the most efficient way, they're being managed as efficiently as possible. I don't believe we have a deficit of positions in these areas. I think what we need to do is just elevate how we manage the operating areas. And there's facets to that. And training and communication is essential. And we are continuing to look at those operating divisions to make sure that there's dialogue internally. This cannot be about just adding more responsibilities to the people we have, but about thinking more, being smart about how we actually approach our mission on a daily basis, how we schedule people, how we make sure that they have the training and experience and judgment on site to be able to make sound decisions as quickly as possible without sacrificing quality. So I think that we're on the right track.
I'm going to shift to other testimony. You heard testimony from the 2 witnesses concerning child care facilities.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure it works to exempt fire suppression sprinkler systems, but maybe you could respond to that. But the other question, which is more confusing to me, that is the testimony was more confusing, as in I couldn't understand why do we disallow child development homes operating in multifamily buildings with 3 or more units? And I probably have asked you this before.
I think so. And I did say, in fact, I think one of the public witnesses said that there had not been a meeting. In fact, I believe there has been, and we'll continue to meet with
Was
individuals.
that with you personally, or?
I think it was
others in
Ms.
your-
Davis that said that there had not been a meeting. And so we actually spoke earlier and are going to make sure she's invited and that she's part of the dialogue.
Is that a meeting with you or with others?
It was with staff, with chief building official and appropriate leadership. I think that, what I've said before and what I'll say now is that I think we need to look at ways to, always, of course, ensure life safety and health. But I also think we can look at individual situations and arrive at sound judgments that take into account the situation that may be in a particular building. I don't think we should just have a blanket judgment. I think we need to look at it more closely and engage. We want to make sure that people can operate and operate safely, and to be able to do so in a way that
So do you
they
have
can
that
sustain.
flexibility under the code that you could go and look at a property that doesn't have sprinklers and say, this just doesn't make sense, maybe because it's only like, I'll say 3 kids and there are 4 doors off the first floor, and so therefore there's not as much concern?
Yeah,
You have that flexibility, that's my point.
I would say that I don't want to answer out of hand because I'd need to look at each situation individually. If many of these facilities are indeed on a ground level where they have egress that's immediately to the exterior, I think that's a mitigating circumstance. And I would want to look at it on a case-by-case basis and not issue a blanket statement, because buildings have unique characteristics that I think are relevant.
All right, so that's with regard to the fire suppression. And you're going to meet with them, or there'll be another meeting?
There'll
with
be a
them?
follow-up, and I believe our chief building official indicated earlier that an invite is being sent. So I believe her name is Miss Davis.
Yes.
Is included.
And Miss Aspinwall was the other witness.
I
But
believe
what-
she was in the first meeting, yeah.
But what about the other statement that the district code disallows child development homes from operating in multifamily buildings with 3 or more units?
I'd actually have to look that up. Or Keith, are you able to address that, or should we?
And is that building code or is that zoning?
That I believe would be building code, and I just need to check.
Okay, because that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, we should get back to you on that, Chairman.
Okay. I mean, this morning I walked by a apartment building at near Eastern Market that has a child care center on the first floor and about 6 stories above it.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was trying to allude to earlier, that that's a ground floor operation. It's safe. Or
So-
presumably, yeah.
So you'll get back on that issue.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what do I do? I'm asking you for advice on how I conduct oversight of your agency. These complaints about, I'm struggling with how to characterize it. Inadequate construction. The witness who testified that it's a 2-unit condominium. It was built sometime in the last 6 years ago. And the entire facade is not waterproof, flash, or structurally sound. And there are a number of other issues. Not testifying, but I got a statement from another witness or individual, a 3-unit condominium association, let's see, purchased 4 years ago. The homeowner association is looking at $1.5 million in construction-related defects stemming from building and zoning code violations. How do you advise we proceed with oversight? Because I know that sounds a little funny, but it's a different way of asking the question. What are we supposed to do about this? How does this happen, that these projects get built, the people buy units, and the buildings are not sound?
Well, I believe that, one, I don't know what the specific issues were at the time of that construction, because it sounds like it was several years ago.
One was 4 years ago, the other was 6 years ago.
Yeah, and since then, I believe that there have been some improvements in the way that the inspection, the levels of responsibility for inspection. But I think it's a multifaceted issue, and that is going to remain, for me, a focus of internal process improvement. And it is related to refinement of the upfront process in plan review and project intake and plan review to make sure that there's thorough analysis at that time. And it's also related to the issues that we talked about with regard to training and deployment of our inspectors. Ms. Durrani talked about we had the beginning of a working group with Ms. Durrani, a gentleman, I think his name is Martin Holmes, and a Mommy Preston. And it's not exclusive to those 3, but that's how we started. And to examine how do we make sure that we are refining our own systems to not let stuff like this happen. And that's partly on the intake and plan review side, and it's partly on the inspection side. It's an area that we are on a daily basis working to improve. I think we're getting better. I think we're going to keep getting better. I think that there are areas that the overall, I'll keep saying, ecosystem can be improved. I've said before that I believe elevating the requirements of what it takes to actually be a general contractor is going to be helpful. And I've talked with the general contractor community, and they have told me they welcome this. They do not see it as an onerous thing, but rather as an opportunity to elevate the game. We have our stance, by the way, May is Building Safety Month. We are laser focused on illegal construction, in particular, the activities where there is either an ignorance or a disregard, and it's hard for me sometimes to differentiate of building safety. We've seen cases where a builder has gone in and over excavated and created dangerous conditions. We are addressing those aggressively, and will hold the parties responsible to the full extent of the law. That includes looking to go after the licenses of folks in the design community if they're behaving in a way that's irresponsible. That includes working to exclude contractors from their ability to actually do work in the city. We want to make sure that we've got people that care, that are responsible, and are going to do their best. And yes, we have to elevate our game, but we need cooperation, and some of that's on the legislative side, some of it's from the industry side, and it's an ongoing issue. But I'm not going to relax in how we look at it.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me say that I've had hearings in the past where I've had multiple witnesses come in and testify about very recent instances of illegal construction and damage to them. That didn't happen today. These two, one I said that they purchased 4 years ago, the other they purchased 6 years ago. But to me, this is a really critical issue, that the department, that these instances of folks being damaged is just intolerable.
We agree.
So let me turn to one last question. There was testimony from Ann Lewis regarding the Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act of 2022. I think we adopted that before you became director. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds right.
Can you look at the fiscal impact statement for that? Ms. Lewis, in her testimony, and if you want, if you ask, we'll send you a copy of her testimony. She suggests that the fiscal impact statement is grossly overstated. The attachment to my testimony shows that based on the CFO's budget assumptions, each project reviewed is assumed to require approximately 10 hours of work by Department of Building staff just on bird glass safety. For example, that would mean 5 hours per project for a permit administrator, another 5 hours per project for an inspector. Even though permit review and inspection for bird glass compliance is simple, and most projects are now inspected by private inspectors. So could you take another look at that?
Yes, certainly. And I can ask now for her testimony. Thank you.
Done.
That works?
Yes. You don't have it quite yet, but you will have it
Thank you, Chairman.
very quickly. That's going to conclude my questions. You're going to get back with the grid or grids on the inspectors.
Yes, sir.
I won't repeat all of that. You're going to get back with regard to the explanation of the new $305,000 contract for permit plan review system upgrades. And get back regarding the child development homes cannot operate in multifamily buildings of 3 or more units. And you'll get back regarding the FIS on Bird Bill.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
That's going to conclude the testimony regarding the Department of Buildings. We're going to turn to the Office of Zoning. I don't want to take a recess, but I really want to stand up and stretch. So I think I'll take a 3-minute recess. All right, we're going to continue the hearing. And we're turning now to the Office of Zoning. And we have 5 witnesses before we get to the government. So I'm going to call them all. The Alan Gambrell, Martin Holmes, Paula Edwards, who's an ANC Commissioner for A01, Alex Baca, who's with Greater Washington, Gail Sonneman, who's a member of Ward 3 Housing Justice, Ms. Sonneman, you may be the first person because the other folks don't seem to be here.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, I can barely hear you if you could speak up. And I saw
you.
you and then you disappeared.
I will move closer to,
Excellent.
the video is not on.
It's on now.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Gail Sonneman, speaking on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice. This budget is remarkable for its repositioning of priorities. 3 years ago, Council introduced racial equity as a primary focus of citywide policy. It is difficult to find a commitment to racial equity in this budget because it does not even maintain investments in housing and social service programs while demand is increasing. Council has been explicit in directing the Office of Zoning to incorporate a meaningful racial equity analysis into its decisions. When OZ adopted new rules in zoning case 2225, it failed to make the use of its racial equity tool a codified requirement. Ward 3 Housing Justice urges Council to press the Zoning Commission to codify racial equity impact analyses to guard against perpetuating inequities or direct harm. Only in budget season does Council have the opportunity to speak frankly with OZ and ask, what would it cost to implement an effective racial equity plan? As is, the OZ racial equity tool is voluntary. The applicant assesses the impact of their own proposed plan. There are no standards for what racially equitable outcomes look like, nor examples of appropriate remediation. There is no appeal process and no opportunity for cross-examination. Please ask, what will it take for the Office of Zoning to be able to implement an effective racial equity program in the Office of Zoning? In this budget, we seem to be dismissing racial equity with resulting real-life consequences. This budget breaks a housing first covenant with residents by cutting funds to direct service programs, ERAP, public housing maintenance, permanent supportive housing, and rapid rehousing, among others. The budget cuts voucher funding and fails to improve the limited capacity of DHS to process voucher applications quickly. If city leadership has a commitment to racial equity, then why is there a plan to forego general revenue from 20-year tax abatements for downtown development when, in return, the city gets a meager 10% affordable housing, which is not permanently affordable? This could be one of the biggest giveaways in district history, while missing a generational opportunity to create a mixed income downtown neighborhood where anyone who works downtown can also choose to live downtown. Highly important, if city leadership wishes to honor its commitment to residents to make affordable housing an urgent and high priority, then it will increase or at least maintain last year's funding level for the Housing Production Trust Fund. The 40% cut proposed for fiscal year 25 will set back new affordable housing development through IZ by a year, if not more. And finally, we know that goals for Ward 3 to become more inclusive and more racially and economically diverse will be set back in fiscal year 25 if this budget is approved. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Sonneman. Give me just a second. You started out by saying that the Office of Zoning should codify the racial equity tool. What does that mean, or what does that look like?
I will have to defer to lawyer friends who helped me draft the testimony, who prefer to use the word codify. If the racial equity, the requirement to use the racial equity tool in a comprehensive and effective way were part of the zoning case 2225 rules for operation that were approved on April 11th, that would make a big difference. Does that answer your question?
No. 22-25, I'm not familiar with. Was that the recent case with regard to procedures?
Yes.
Okay. And if they had, did I understand you correctly, that if they had used a racial equity analysis, that would have benefited the case with regard to process?
No, I'm talking about procedures. The racial equity tool that the zoning commission drafted, put out for comment in was possibly 2022, and many of us commented it was inadequate. It was a self-assessment. Gee, do you think your application will bring racially equitable results? And applicants then reply with their answers. Last summer, the rules were, there was testimony, public testimony about draft rules in zoning case 2225, rules of operation, which did not include any reference to the relatively new racial equity tool. Then I do not know to what extent any changes were made to the text, but the Federal Register announced in March of 2024 the rule changes, as you know, and there was nothing in those rule changes to make racial equity analysis an integral part of the zoning commission's process. And testimony that we submitted that pointed that out was not mentioned when on the day that the zoning commission considered and then voted on to approve the zoning case 2225 rules of procedure change. Does that answer it?
That's helpful. But then I think I heard you say that the rules do require that there has to be, you were critical of this, but a sort of a self-certification or self-explanation of equity.
That the tool is optional. The tool has not been addressed thoroughly. We are asking that it be addressed thoroughly and be required. Is that enough information? I mean,
Yeah.
And by racial equity experts, I think you probably have a good understanding, given your experience working with the Council's Office of Racial Equity that provides excellent analyses of your proposed legislation, to understand how significant it can be to have professionals flag issues. It's a new area for our zoning commission. What would it take to set this up?
Thank you. Ms. Sonneman, I don't have any other questions for you, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for asking your questions.
Yes. Again, the other witnesses did not show up. All right, well, then we're going to turn to Ms. Barden, Sarah Barden, the Director, Office of Zoning. We're not. That's because we're the council. Give me just a moment. Ms. Barton, when you're ready, and good morning. I think it's morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. I'm very glad to be here with you today to testify about our budget for FY25. With me here today is Chairman Anthony Hood of the Zoning Commission. As I mentioned when I came before the City Council in February, I am honored to work with and lead this great team of diligent, hardworking individuals who serve the public, the zoning commissioners, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment members. We believe that our goals for the next fiscal year will be well supported by the mayor's proposed budget of $4,160,704 in local funding, which includes an increase of $75,279 in personnel services to cover projected costs of personnel and fringe benefits, and an increase of $700 in NPS to support our MOU with DCHR. It also includes a $204,106 increase in capital to support our technological systems. With approval of this budget, OZ will continue its best to strive to achieve results for the residents of the District of Columbia. At the OZ oversight hearing in February, we were asked about our plans to reduce the BZA order backlog. While we have not finalized our plans to address these challenges, we are contemplating several initiatives to continue to explore other options. Some options include hiring additional line or supervisory attorneys, hiring consultants, recessing the board for 2 months to focus on the backlog, reducing the number of hearing days in a year, reducing the number of cases heard each week, or revising the way orders are drafted. But please note, there are pros and cons to all of these options, and we will keep you updated on any initiatives we pursue, and will request additional funding in FY26 for anything that requires additional funding. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mayor Bowser and to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the entire City Council for your ongoing support of the Office of Zoning. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill for their unfaltering support of our office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. And lastly, I would again like to thank the staff of the Office of Zoning for their continued outstanding contribution. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. So there's not a lot to your testimony because there's not a lot to the budget. It's basically this year's budget with a slight increase for personnel costs
Exactly.
and the slightest of increases in non-personnel services. How many vacancies do you have right now?
Currently, we only have one. I just had an employee retire.
And in formulating the budget, is there any salary lapse that was taken out?
I do not believe so, no.
And how quickly do you expect to fill this one vacancy?
Within the next month.
Did you submit any enhancement requests as part of the budget process?
No, I don't believe so. I'll have to go back and check. I didn't think to look that up.
You do understand what I mean?
Yes. Yes,
So you'll get back to me on
I
that.
will. Yes.
Is your space okay at the building?
Yes, it's great. Thank you.
I didn't ask you, it was great. Um, Call your mother. That was not asking you to call your mother. It's referring to a BZA case. Let's see. The Board of Zoning Adjustment finally made a decision. Just so the record is clear, this was a contested case. There was a decision. It went up to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals did not agree with the decision. It remanded it. I want to say that was like 5 years ago. That's an exaggeration, but it was a long time ago. Because I believe I've asked you about this case for easily the past year, if not longer. Finally, a decision was made in January. And I believe the decision was to dismiss the case.
That was it. Yes, it was. Mhm.
My office has been included on a chain of emails between Georgetown residents and the Department of Buildings about call your mother that recently had a BZA decision. The Department of Buildings has contended that it can't take any enforcement action against the restaurant until the BZA publishes its order, which it hasn't. So I hate to put it this way, I've been after you for the longest time about a decision, and now there's a decision and no order?
I will look into that as soon as I get back to the office.
And then I understand that Call Your Mother may have filed a new application for a variance.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So you'll look into when the order will come out
Exactly. I'll look into it as soon as I get back.
and maybe why it's taken so long?
Right. In light of the fact that we have this backlog, I'm sure that's why it has not been issued. It has to be drafted. But I will look into
Yeah, but please
where
don't tell
what
me,
the priority is on it.
please don't tell me it's gonna get in line, because if
No,
it gets in line for January 2024 cases, then it'll be another forever before it issues.
I'm gonna look into it as soon as I get back.
So I don't usually give you a hard time, but I asked you at the last hearing for a plan. And your testimony today is essentially the same as the response we got in March, which you were responsive or you responded, but I wouldn't say it was responsive in the sense that it's not a plan.
No, it's not. I mentioned that we have not finalized it because we are looking into all these options and we have been employing other options as well. But a lot of these options have cons to them. And so we don't want to try to fix something and break something else.
True, but
And
does
so-
all that go away if you don't come up with a plan?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So you have in your testimony,
Mhm.
6 bullets: hiring additional line attorneys, hiring consultants, recessing the board for 2 months, reducing the number of hearing days, reducing the number of cases, revising the way orders are drafted. There's actually another bullet, which is, or do nothing. And that's right now, the plan is to do nothing. And
No.
well, but
Yeah.
inaction is action. And inaction is continuing. I'm giving you a hard time. I usually don't do this, but I'm giving you a hard time. Inaction is action, and that's not acceptable. There has to be a plan, sooner or later. Well, actually, I take that back. The plan could be inaction. I don't think that's acceptable, because the oldest case is how old? 4 years?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, and that's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable because whoever the applicant was, they need either an order to go forward, or the opponents, if it was dismissed or denied, I don't know, they need an order. I mean, there just needs to be an order to finish that process. And so the backlog is just not acceptable, and the backlog has to be eliminated. And no action, the 7th bullet, which you didn't write, is a plan and that's not going to work. So if you're going to hire consultants, which seems to me maybe the best course, then how about if we know what that's going to cost so that maybe we can put that in the budget now? Waiting to FY26 is not acceptable. And that's what you say in your testimony, is that if we, depending upon which initiative, we will request additional funding in FY26.
I think that was more for hiring additional staff, but I completely agree with you. It is unacceptable.
Okay, but you're the
I-
administrator, you're the executive
Absolutely.
director of the office, so it isn't for Mr. Hood or for Mr. Hill to figure out the plan.
Right.
I'm sure you consult with them. But it's on you to figure it out. So when you say it's unacceptable, you've got to act on that.
Absolutely.
And that means I need a plan from you in the next, I'll say week, because we're going to vote on the budget. Well, the committee of the whole, we affectionately call it the little committee of the whole, is supposedly meeting on May 10th. And hire consultants to, I mean, you have to do the analysis unless you want me to do it, but you don't want me to do it. So you bring in a couple of contract lawyers and a contract lawyer can do 2 cases a week. Maybe these are the more complicated cases that are the backlog. So maybe your attorneys that are experienced will do the complicated backlog cases and the contract folks will do the summary orders, and you rearrange things and get these cases, but it's got to get mapped out.
Right. And the difficulty with hiring consultants are that most of the attorneys who are well-versed on this are before us. So you would have to find an attorney that is well-versed in the regulations, that can do the work that is not already part of the process. So it is.
Yes and no to a point. I mean, I don't want to minimize this. The complicated orders, just by way of example, McMillan Reservoir, clearly you need somebody experienced to write that order. But the summary BZA for a special exception?
Oh, no, those orders are done within 3 days. All
Yeah,
summary
but they're
orders
done
are
by your
staff.
existing staff.
Yes.
I'm suggesting one possibility is that you hire contract to do the really simple ones, which is different than recessing for 2 months.
Oh.
And then your experienced staff do the more complicated ones.
The summary orders are written by OZ staff zoning specialists. They're not written by the attorneys. So that's a totally separate process. The more difficult orders, the full orders are written by the attorneys. I think I sent you a chart in my response to the February hearing. And it said 11% of all the orders that we issue are these full orders. The other, what's 11%? 89% are done in-house by our office staff. So we're just talking about these more difficult
Okay. The
orders.
table I got, by the way, doesn't explain the backlog. It doesn't depict the backlog.
Oh,
So
no, I
I'm
didn't
looking
think that's
at
what you were
this,
asking.
And I don't know what the backlog is.
Mhm.
I think in the plan has got to have an analysis of the back,
Mhm.
including the complexity and the age,
Mhm.
and how long it will come to each of those orders. That's got to be part of the plan, how long it's going to take to do each of the orders,
Mhm.
and then how you're going to get them done. So you figure out by looking at the backlog that it's going to take 20 hours per order. So where are you going to find 20 hours? Now you start to have a plan and you bring, I'm getting a little carried away here, but somebody who's gone to law school is not stupid. And so they can learn, unless you're talking about a really complicated case, they can learn this stuff and they start cranking these things out. Or you switch the workload, as I said, or you figure out how you'll factor it in, but there's got to be a plan. And I would like to see the backlog eliminated this fiscal year, this calendar year. Well, I don't even know how many cases there are. I know I asked at the last hearing.
I believe there are like 45 maybe.
So I'm asking for a plan.
I will do my best to get
Is there
some
any-
kind of plan to you. Yeah.
Mr. Castro saying to me, or tell me what resources you need, but that's part of the plan.
Right. Right.
There's got to be an
It's-
analysis of the cases and how long it will take to do the orders, and then how that's going to get addressed.
Yep.
Mr. Hood, do you want to add anything? You want to come to Ms. Barton's defense?
I think Ms. Barton has successfully, first of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman,
Good
staff,
afternoon.
and other council members and residents of the city. I think Ms. Barton has adequately answered the questions. I think Ms. Barton is working real hard to try to deal with the backlog. She's being very modest, because she does talk to me at least once a week, or so, talking about how she's trying to deal with this backlog issue. So I'm sure we'll come up with a plan, which I think we have one. She actually has started doing some things, but I think we stopped when we had the lawyer come in. So some of what you mentioned, she has already done. But we just need to continue it because as you know, Mr. Chairman, while we're working on backlog, the BZA is having 8 and 9 cases and we're having 2 cases every week or so, and the work continues. So we're trying to balance it off. And this is not the first time we've been here. Years ago, we've been here and we've rectified it, and I'm sure under her leadership, we're going to rectify it here.
We vote on a budget soon. So we can consider additional resources, which I assume would be in the thousands, not millions of dollars. So I will change the subject. I'd asked for a breakdown of the PUDs. And I think I didn't ask for, but looking at the table you gave me, how many of these have been appealed? And you may not be able to tell me offhand.
I can't tell you offhand, but I do have a chart. I wish I had my computer here. I have a chart that outlines all of the PUDs for the last, all the appeals for the last, I think it's 8 years, by year and by case type. And there have been far fewer appeals in general over the last 2 years than the preceding years. It's a really great chart. I wish I'd brought it with me.
Could you provide it?
Absolutely.
I spoke to the DCBIA Executive Board a week ago, and they complained to me about how the PUD process is totally tied up with appeals, and I was like, I don't think that's what's going on now. So I'd like to see what you have.
Yeah.
Is that your impression that the problems with the PUDs being appealed and the appeals taking a long time? And even the orders taking a long time before the appeal, and then the appeal taking a long time, that's largely dissipated?
The order is taking a long time before the appeals. I don't recall that. The zoning commission has been doing pretty well lately, but in the last several years. But more recently, I don't see that there have been a lot of appeals, but go back 3, 4, 5 years ago, yes, there were a lot of
Yeah,
appeals.
I'm not talking about 3, 4, 5 years ago, because 3, 4, 5 years ago actually means before the pandemic. And it was a problem then.
Right. The last 2 years, 2020. So yeah, in 2022, 21, 20, I believe there was an issue.
That there was
That
not.
there were more appeals of PUDs back then, and more recently, there are fewer.
And that's my impression.
Yeah.
And again, it's just, I was shocked when this came up because it's just not my understanding. If you could send me the appeal information, I'd appreciate that.
Mhm.
Give me a second here. You were present when there was the testimony from Ms. Sonneman regarding codifying the racial equity analysis. Can you respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate her comments. What I will say is, what I've noticed in years past, with the misinformation gets out there. The zoning commission is pointing to the regulations. I think what the public wants is us to put the racial equity into our regulations. We're not going to do that because as we learn through this and we're progressing, it changes because we want to make sure that it has its substance. So it changes quite a bit. And when we have to do regulations, we have to have a hearing on one regulations. It takes a while, but we want to be able to point to it and be able to deal with it then, as opposed to wait, as you just stated, a long time to have a hearing, 40 days or whatever the requirement is. We want to be able to have applicants, whoever needs to use that tool, to be able to go in and use it. And we want to make sure if we have to make changes, we'll be able to do it quicker sooner than later. So we're not putting the regulations. That's what people want us to do. That's what some residents want us to do it. But we believe that if we leave it how we have it now, even our regulations say that we have a racial equity, then if we need to make a change, if we see something's not working, we want to be able to go in and make a change.
Yes.
Just to add to that, so that in the regulations, it will state that the requirement of a racial equity analysis, it's just the actual tool will not be in the regulations, like he said.
So applicants will be required to address the issue of racial equity.
Yes,
That's required.
yes.
Required.
And then it's up to the commission to evaluate the adequacy of that analysis.
Correct.
Whether you think the applicant actually addressed it, but also whether you agree with their conclusions. That would be up to the commission.
Correct. And if we don't, we try to find mitigated measures to make them come up to par in the racial equity limits. It all depends. And again, it's still fluid. We're still going through a learning, and I think the public is as well.
Again, so I'm maybe repeating myself here. So in the course of a case, would this just be zoning commission or would this be BZA as well, Ms. Barton?
It's just the zoning commission.
That in cases before the zoning commission, the applicant is going to say to you how they're addressing racial equity.
Correct.
Or not, but how they are addressing or not addressing, but they'll say that to you. And then the commissioners will look at that and make a judgment.
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions for you. So you'll get back to me on enhancement requests. And I don't know if I was clear about this, but you'll get back to me with the plan.
Yes, you were clear.
Okay. And if you need any conversation about that, I'd be happy to.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will turn now to the Office of Planning, and I have 9 individuals who signed up before I get to the government. Many of these I already called and they were not here. We'll see. Alan Gambro, Martin Holmes, Carol Ayton, who's a board member of Northwest Opportunity Partners Community Development Corporation, Eric Goulet, who's Ward 3 representative of the State Board of Education, Paula Edwards, who's an ANC commissioner, ANC 4A01, Alex Baca, who's with Greater Washington, Letitia Atkins, who's director of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street, Faye Armstrong, who's president, Board of Trustees of the DC Preservation League, and Gail Sonneman, who's a member of Ward 3 Housing Justice. What's that? Please come to the table. So we actually have 2 folks. Carol Ayton is here. No, she's online. So why don't you proceed and then we'll go to her.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nelson. My name is Faye Armstrong. I serve as president of the Board of Trustees of the DC Preservation League, Washington's citywide nonprofit dedicated to preserving and protecting the historic and built environment of our nation's capital. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. DCPL works closely with the Historic Preservation Office and its parent agency, the Office of Planning, in pursuit of its own mission, and in doing so supports DC-led initiatives that utilize historic preservation to further economic growth and vitality in the city. We thank the council for expanding the Historic Homeowner Grant Program to all city neighborhoods and for increasing the maximum grant amount per household to $50,000. There is no need for geographic restriction when program eligibility is limited by income. The increased maximum per grant will help low and moderate income homeowners meet their rehabilitation goals in the face of ongoing inflation. Expansion of the program is also consistent with the goals of the 2025 Historic Preservation Plan and the Mayor's Fair Shot initiatives. For those ends, DCPL requests that the council increase the funding proposed in the mayor's budget from $250,000 to the statutorily authorized maximum of $500,000, which will enable more homeowners to access what may be for them critical funding needed to maintain their historic properties. The District of Columbia has a wealth of historic resources that play a significant role in supporting economic and cultural diversity, housing goals, property values, heritage tourism, tax revenues, jobs, and incomes. Protecting and investing in historic buildings is an investment in the future growth and financial health of our city. Nevertheless, many question the value that historic preservation brings. An independent analysis of these issues as has been done in other jurisdictions, thus seems warranted. Accordingly, DCPL would request the council include $250,000 in the FY25 budget for the Historic Preservation Office to hire a consultant to analyze and report on the impact of historic preservation in the District of Columbia. This report should cover economic impact, neighborhood demographic changes, housing and affordability, jobs, and heritage tourism. A study like this would provide much needed data and analysis to inform future historic preservation activities and other planning and economic development efforts in the city. We look forward to continuing our work with OP, HPO, and with the council. Thank you for this.
Thank you, and I may have a question for you, but
Sure.
let me get Ms. Ayton. Carol Ayton?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Carol Ayton, Secretary Treasurer of the Northwest Opportunity Partners Community Development Corporation, an organization devoted to racial equity through affordable housing and minority business development within well-planned neighborhoods. We believe that the people who work in Ward 3 should be able to live in Ward 3. The mayor's 2025 budget proposal cuts against these goals in many ways, providing extremely generous tax abatements and cash subsidies for downtown redevelopment while slashing programs that provide a safety net for those who live on the margins in other parts of the city, such as the Emergency Rental Assistance ERAP program, temporary assistance for needy families, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, et cetera. The dramatic reduction in the Housing Production Trust Fund will slow production of desperately needed affordable housing and end up costing the city far more, as projects denied funding will cost even more in the future. We know you share these concerns and join with the many organizations throughout the city that are urging the council to address this gross imbalance in allocating diminished funds available in FY25. Yes, we do need to invest in downtown, but we also need to continue to make investments in other areas for the future. And neither should downtown revitalization distract from the tremendous opportunities to lay a sound foundation for affordable housing beyond IZ. We're expecting major upzoning in Ward 3, and IZ is not going to create the amount of affordable housing that we're going to need. We asked the council to consider several low-cost actions that would help position Ward 3 for future affordable housing. First, allocate $200,000 to the Office of Planning for an in-depth affordable housing supplement to the Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework. This disappointing document relies entirely on IZ Plus to produce affordable housing, with no acknowledgement of the gross deficiency for the people who work in Ward 3 but cannot afford to live there. Cashiers, fast food cooks, grocery workers, parking attendants, home health aides, etc. It's a long laundry list, but it's usually surprising to people who's on that list. Furthermore, the framework assumes 9,500 new residents along this corridor, but completely ignores comprehensive planning for schools, community recreation centers, water and sewer, roads, bike and bus lanes, etc. This gross omission is undermining public confidence that the proposed upzoning will produce good results. Without substantial additional planning, Wisconsin Avenue will end up with the same old mix of market rate and trickle-down IC we have come to expect, rather than an exciting new model of affordable housing, home ownership, and social housing possible in this dynamic corridor. Noting this seems to go beyond the traditional purview of OP, we would suggest that a contractor be hired to do this supplemental planning. Second, while tangentially related to OP, but requiring cooperative planning, we would urge the council to require WMATA to develop what we call 2 sites, 1 plan for the Lord and Taylor site and the current bus garage on Wisconsin Avenue as a condition of further public subsidy. Northwest Opportunity Partners' study of the housing potential in these 2 sites can produce as many as 1,222 apartments plus 14 homeownership units and 7 townhouses, as well as a range of much-needed community facilities. We're eager to work with OP and WMATA to develop a visionary plan. Third, appropriate $300,000 for a small area plan for the Homeland Security site as requested by Councilmember Fruman. Transfer of this remarkable site off Nebraska Avenue to the city cannot begin until there is a credible development plan. And we urge you to insist that the public engagement include application of the dynamic ArcGIS planning tools, urban and city engine for which OP has licenses. We strongly recommend that an independent contractor be engaged to conduct this plan as well. It's a tight budget, but it's important to continue to invest in the future for the whole city. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Ayton. It's good to see both of you. A few questions. So, Ms. Armstrong, basically the Preservation League is asking for an additional $500,000 to the Office of Planning, $250,000 increase for the grants, and $250,000 for a consultant. Microphone.
We recognize the budget is tight, but well, if you don't ask, you won't receive. And we thought it would be appropriate to point out these potential good uses, and that it's consistent with policies that have been approved.
I appreciate that your testimony addresses that over the last several hearings, this committee's gotten a lot of criticism of historic preservation, and that you think it's worth doing an analysis. Has there been no analysis done, or was it done very long time ago?
I am not familiar with any recent analysis. I mean, there have been bits and pieces. There have been some more recent analyses that we're familiar with in other cities done by a local organization. And so this is kind of the idea we had, that would look and try to look at the current situation in the district, whatever analyses might have been done before, and to address the concerns that have been raised and see if and put them to rest, hopefully, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and it just keeps, irrespective of how many times we say, well, this report about what specifically happened in my neighborhood, which happens to be Mount Pleasant, years ago with a particular case, which is very incorrect, and it just keeps it's an issue in the Chevy Chase discussion right now. A couple of issues, old issues from Mount Pleasant. So there are a lot of misrepresentation of the so-called costs and burdens of preservation, without looking at really what are those burdens. And when our executive director was last before you on the oversight committee, oversight testimony here, a month ago.
Correct.
And Rebecca Miller went into some detail about some of the research she's been doing in her own historic district. But it would seem useful if we could have some independent third party amass some of this information and put it out there so people could look at it and hopefully put to rest some of I'm just going to say lies that are out there about historic preservation.
Yeah. And how did you come up with the figure of $250,000?
Rebecca's not here today. I think, I assume, I can get back to you on that. I assume that this is based on the costs of studies that have been done in other locations.
Okay. Thank you. Let me ask a couple of questions of Ms. Ayton. How did you come up with $200,000 for the additional look for the Wisconsin Avenue framework?
Well, the amount of money the city gave the city or the city gave to the downtown bids for the downtown action plan was $200,000. So just thinking that studies take about that amount to do or plan.
And according to your testimony, the plan would be, or the work would be more than just looking at affordable housing. Am I right?
Yes, it's really what is needed to support affordable housing. We had strongly urged that the plan be more proactive in setting up customized zones and whatever other tools they could come up with to sort of build affordable housing into the plan, but in lieu of that, they did not. And yet they are anticipating that there would be a lot more residents, but they didn't really do any planning for what that means. So it's not directly tied to affordable housing. It's really just tied to the fact that they're anticipating a lot more residential development, and they typically just don't do a comprehensive, even in the small area plans, they don't do a look at schools and transportation and infrastructure and all of that. But the huge amount of upzoning that's going to happen here deserves some additional attention.
Okay. And the $300,000 for the small area plan, is that what other small area plans cost? I'm going to ask the director this, but.
I actually don't know. I think that I think that Councilmember Fruman had asked the mayor to include that in her budget, and it was not, and we just picked it up from there because we thought it was a good idea. It's a big site, and you have to make a case to the federal government if you want, to create the idea that it's a transfer for public use. And so it seemed like a plan would be a really good start at doing that.
Give me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any other questions for either of you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And Ms. Armstrong, thank you for being here in person. And there's a lot of excitement if you're here in person. So you missed that, Ms. Ayton.
I'm sorry. Next time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll turn now to the director, Anita Kozar. Okay. Good afternoon when you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Kozart, and I'm the Director of the Office of Planning. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss the mayor's fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan for the Office of Planning. On April 3rd, 2024, the mayor presented her FY25 budget to the council. This budget reflects the guiding principles of protecting core services, prioritizing successful programs that advance equity, and investing in the 3 pillars of long-term growth: public safety, education, and downtown. The mayor's FY25 budget supports OP's missions to plan for the long-term growth of the District of Columbia, to help ensure it reflects our values supportive of an inclusive, equitable, and vibrant city in which all district residents can thrive, regardless of income, age, race, or background. For FY25, the total budget for OP is $15,150,000 $485,301, consisting of $14,809,301 in local funds, $626,000 in federal grants for historic preservation, and $50,000 in special purpose revenue. OP's local funds for FY25 support 73.5 FTEs. OP's federal funds for FY25 support 3.5 FTEs. Together, these 77 FTEs will lead research, analysis, and community engagement for land use, urban design, and preservation planning to implement the 2021 comp plan, advance the goals of the DC comeback plan, and execute the comp plan rewrite. The budget includes one new grade 13 development review specialist to develop reports to the Zoning Commission and the Board of Zoning Adjustment, given the increase in the volume of cases and depth of analysis that has resulted from the 2021 comp plan. This development review specialist will provide critical support for large site development such as RFK and Poplar Point, which will require specialized knowledge in land use, zoning, master planning, and racial equity analyses. These two sites provide some of the biggest opportunities to add new, affordable, and market rate housing to the district. The comp plan rewrite, or DC 2050, will identify challenges and opportunities the district faces and consider how to meet them over the next 20 years. The mayor's FY25 budget continues to support one-term FTE and provides $450,000 in contracting funds for preparing DC 2050, which will involve extensive, meaningful, and equitable community engagement and outreach across a diverse set of stakeholders. OP will publicly kick off DC 2050 in January 2025. Specialized consultant services will support the development of a custom land use analysis software tool to enable OP to evaluate likely outcomes and equity impacts for policy choices and future land use scenarios. Scenario modeling will provide visuals to better illustrate how each scenario changes housing, social, economic, and infrastructure outcomes. The mayor's local budget also includes significant funding for downtown initiatives, including $2,576,000 in OP's budget for the Streets for People grant program. These funds will support the FY25 implementation of 3 catalytic projects identified in OP's downtown public realm plan for Gallery Place Chinatown, Connecticut Avenue, and the I Street Greenway. Streets for People grants will complement several investments in Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget, makes in the Downtown Action Plan, including capital funding for Chinatown revitalization and the area between McPherson, Lafayette, and Farragut Squares. These projects will focus on attracting people downtown through public space activations like pop-up activities, interactive art exhibits, investments in street furniture, playscapes, and installation of natural elements. In FY22 and 23, the Streets for People grants attracted over 140,000 people to downtown for nearly 150 events. And this funding will continue to draw residents, workers, and visitors to downtown in the near term. The mayor's budget also includes $260,000 to advance the Commemorative Works Technical Assistance Program, which seeks to commemorate Black Washingtonians and people of color in communities across the district, in alignment with the Diverse Washingtonians Act. The program supports grants to community organizations to coordinate the selection of subjects for commemorative works and funding for professional design services. This funding addresses the geographic and demographic disparities in commemoration and expands the racial diversity of people and organizations involved in creating commemorative works in the district. To date, OP has worked with 4 community organizations to identify subjects for new commemorative works in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. A design team, including contractors and public artists, provided through the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities, is in the process of preparing conceptual designs to be shared with the Commemorative Works Committee this summer. We look forward to expanding this program to more neighborhoods in FY25. OP's FY25 budget funds historic preservation through multiple sources. The local budget includes $50,000 in recurring local non-personal services to pay for administration functions of the Historic Preservation Review Board and the mayor's agent. The local budget also includes $250,000 for the Historic Homeowner Grant Program. These grants will continue to pay for exterior repairs, rehabilitation, and structural work on homes in historic districts for low to moderate income homeowners. Later this summer, OP will work with grantee candidates in all historic districts to prepare them for the FY25 awards. In FY24, OP has committed $203,900 of the $250,000 in available funding and is working to commit the remaining funds. OP's historic preservation functions are also supported through $50,000 in special purpose revenue and a $625,000 annual grant from the National Park Service. The HPO uses these funding sources for essential functions, including supporting 3.5 FTEs. This funding also supports HPO studies on the cultural context for the district's diverse communities, costs are associated with public hearings and meetings, and maintenance and expansion of the History Quest website. In closing, OP is committed to advancing the district's shared goals of opportunity-rich neighborhoods, thriving people, and successful businesses. The council and this committee are key allies in these efforts, and I look forward to working together to achieve our shared goals and to give all residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C.'s continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Cozart.
And I'm going to be joined by our agency fiscal officer, Ed Giefer.
Okay. And you're looking kind of happy, like you don't expect me to beat up on you over getting a plan for reducing the backlog. What's the History Quest website?
So that is a website that gathers a lot of our historic assets that are available. And I'm not sure if we like over a specific period of time, but it's a kind of searchable kind of database. And I think it has maps. And mapping capabilities associated with it through geographic. Ed tells me there's 100,000 plus buildings that are mapped in that website.
So, and then it gives some history about those?
Yes.
Those different landmarks or districts?
Yes.
And I can access it to the OP website?
Yes. We can send you the link after this.
Already have it.
Okay.
Give me just a moment.
All right.
And the graphics are a little boring, but that's okay.
Duly noted.
No, he just clicked on the Wilson Building. And
Oh.
then you get this text that just says built in 1904 and 08. Or marble over granite.
Materials are important.
The architect? Who's the architect? Hope and Stewardson. I don't know them. All right, that answers that question. Why do you have a term FTE?
For the comp plan? The comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Rewrite? Because it's a term project. So we anticipate through our comp plan is due to the council in June 2027. So we anticipate taking that at least through FY27 to support the work of developing the comp plan rewrite.
So this will be the key person who is then honchoing, monitoring, working with the contractor, because you have in your testimony $450,000 in contract funds for
The way we've arranged it, we actually have someone who's in a permanent FTE position who is in charge of that contract. This term position is kind of a deputy project manager.
And there'll be a contractor.
And yes, there will be a contract.
And are we going to avoid what's happened in the past, which was that the different elements were written by different people, which is why there was a whole lot of duplication, but things written a little differently?
Yes.
You do know your predecessor committed to having a streamlined comp plan, and I'm holding you to that commitment.
Okay. Yes, I understand.
Well, the document's what, 1,000,000 pages long
1,500.
with 3,000 conflicting policies that are stated depending upon the element differently?
We certainly recognize the challenges and we are tackling those and looking to take a different approach.
Do you know offhand with the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, how much was spent in fiscal year 23?
Take a look. So you said fiscal year 23?
Yes, the year that ended.
$611,945. And a good portion of that went to the Kennesaw. Residents of the Kennesaw, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, not the co-op itself. Individual Kennesaw residents.
So we put additional dollars in because of the Kennesaw. If you netted the Kennesaw out, do you know how much it would be?
I think we would have to get back to you with that figure. We would have to get back to you with that.
Do you have the preceding year, FY22, in front of you?
Yes. $133,789.
And the current year, I think you said was 203,000?
Spent to date, or committed to date, excuse me, committed to date.
And then there'll be one grantee who will take it up to 250?
It may be one, it may be two. But certainly no more than that, because no more than two.
So if the council did increase the budget above 250, how much do you think you could get out the door?
We would endeavor to get all of it out the door and have it zero at the end, because yes.
This is a special purpose fund. It's non-lapsing, am I correct?
The Historic Homeowner Grant Program, is that the correct term? Ed, would you tell me if special purpose is the correct term? Yes.
And non-lapsing?
So to date, or to this fiscal year, it has been non-lapsing. The budget for that went before you proposes that it will be lapsing.
So what was the fund balance September 30th of last year?
Oh, do you mean that was carried over?
Yeah.
Just over 90,000? Is that, or just under 90,000? Just about 90,000. My apologies. We just checked our notes here. Just under 90,000 is not the correct figure. The correct figure is $223.
I'm sorry, say that again?
$67,223.
What's the 67,000?
That is the amount of FY23 funds in the year-end balance.
So it wasn't 90,000, it was
Correct.
67.
Yes, it was not.
So in the statute for the homeowner grants for the special purpose fund, there's also a revenue source. So we can appropriate dollars, but there's also a revenue source. I don't remember what that revenue source is. How much does that bring in? Because that's repealed as well, I think, in the mayor's proposed budget. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're allowed to talk.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cash. We do have a special purpose revenue fund that is not tied to homeowner grants. Homeowner grants is local funding supported by tax revenue. We have a separate special purpose fund that does have certain fees and fines that are collected on properties in historic districts that then we do get to use for historic preservation purposes. And that's separated in our budget for a special purpose line item, which is a total budget authority of $50,000 for FY25.
Is that about how much it brings in each year?
It's fluctuated over the years. And that amount, that budget amount allows us to use up to the amount, up to $50,000 if we collect $50,000. So whatever we collect, we do plan to spend in FY25.
And the source is historic preservation fines and fees.
Yes.
But that doesn't go to the homeowner grant program.
Homeowner grant is local and again, just part of the local budget process.
Is the mayor proposing language that changes this special purpose fund?
Not to our knowledge.
Give me a second. So I'm looking at the statute, that's what's going on here. And in the section of the code dealing with the homeowner grant program, it says the mayor shall deposit in the HLP fund any funds appropriated for the purposes of the targeted homeowner grant program. That would be the appropriate dollars you were referring to? Appropriated dollars you were referring to? The local funds, I mean? Or do we need to just discuss this?
Yeah, I think
active-
we might need to take a look at the exact language that you're speaking of so we can answer it.
Because she proposes repealing 6-1, 110.02 subsection K.
Okay.
All right, we'll sort that out. The proposed budget adds almost $2.6 million to support the Streets for People program. You testified to that. In the past, we've cut these funds when it was previously funded using ARPA dollars. It seems like the purpose of the Streets for People is laudable, but in this case, in a budget where so much is being cut, how do you justify an increase for Office of Planning for something that feels more akin to programming that DEMPED should be providing?
So I think one way I would answer that is that we have a track record and a really good track record expending the resources previously, and that we also have deep expertise as it relates to the downtown public realm plan and the recommendations therein. So we're well poised to be able to implement that portion of it. We certainly would work in collaboration with DEMPED in the same way that we engaged DEMPED in the development of the public realm plan. And just given our experience with Streets for People, we're well poised to do it.
But if we cut it last year, how did you expend it?
So I was referring to FY22 and I wasn't referring to FY23. So we have the track record that comes from our previous work with those ARPA dollars.
In FY22?
In FY22 and FY23, and we finished in FY23. There was carryover there. Using those same ARPA dollars.
Did you ever produce a report describing what was accomplished with the dollars in FY22?
We produced a video because we wanted to go in a different direction that includes the information that you would see in a report, and we would be happy to share with you that video.
How long is the video?
The
Am I
video-
committing to 2 hours? and
No,
popcorn?
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Remember, we're moving in a different direction than our previous long comp plan.
So how long was the video?
3 minutes.
Oh, that's not, that can't say very much.
Hey, we put the main facts out there and share. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And a video is worth about that many, I suppose.
Okay, so you'll share the video.
Yes.
And that's the sum total of the report on what was done.
Yes. If there's other kind of specifics, we're happy to provide those as a follow-up.
And this was only done through Office of Planning and not through DEMPED?
Correct. Again, there was definitely coordination, but we were responsible for administering the grants, getting the grant reports back from grantees, oversight, all of those things.
So there was money in your budget in FY22, and
Yes.
some of that carried over to 23.
Yes.
But there was not money in your budget in 23.
There was additional ARPA funding and
Do
that
you know how
was-
much?
So, okay. But it's in the budget chapter, right? No, about 600,000.
In
was
FY23?
In FY23.
Do you know how much in FY22?
FY22 was about, that'll be a follow-up for us.
So the follow-up then will be to give me more details on both 22 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
You're being joined.
Budget officer with OCFO. I don't have the exact number for 22, but we can get that for you. But we did have monies that we did not spend because it came in late. So the mayor allowed for it to carry over into 23. So they took what was still required, and that's what they had in 23. But we can certainly get into the numbers that were actually spent.
That would be helpful. And maybe, since you're going to follow up on this, how the money was spent. So was it like, 13 grant recipients, or all of it went to the downtown bid, or half of it went to, let's say, one grant recipient and half went to MPD for street closures and public safety?
So we'll break that out for you. It did just bid wise, it was downtown bid, Golden Triangle bid, Mount Vernon Community Improvement District, Adams Morgan bid, and DuPont Circle bid, and we also did the NOMA bid.
Okay.
So it was a broader kind of definition, kind of more central
downtown.
Washington than downtown.
Sort of like our
This
central
would be-
business district, it kind of goes from ever to ever.
It was larger. It was certainly larger. And so that's the bids, and we'll send that information to you. The expenditures by type of thing, whether they bought playscapes or other kind of street furniture, that kind of thing, we can break that out for you.
Or police security or DPW trucks.
Barriers were one of the things that we were actually proud, because the bids can now kind of work together and use those barriers to defray some of the security costs associated with MPD.
All right. You may have touched on this in your testimony. The proposed budget includes a new FTE to support a development review specialist position.
Yes.
Can you explain?
So, excuse me, in light of, potential redevelopment at the RFK Stadium, in light of potential development at Poplar Point, it's really important to have kind of specialized land use focus, master planning in the same way that you would have found at Walter Reed, St. Elizabeth's, Hill East, that kind of thing. It's not something we've done in the district for a while, and so additional capacity is important. Additionally, pertinent to the previous testimony about providing deeper levels of analysis for racial equity, that is something that we've had to do more of, and certainly for big sites, it becomes even more complex. And so we need additional capacity to be able to make sure that we are continuing, as Chair Hood said, elevating and evolving the analysis that we do to incorporate kind of the most promising practices, our knowledge that we get from previous cases, and making sure that we're moving the bar where it needs to be, as we evolve our practice around that.
So this intersects with the BZA and zoning commission, but it's broader than that.
Yes, so definitely intersects more so with the zoning commission than the BZA, but it is broader. It intersects with our planning work, and, kind of community-based planning work. It also intersects with it can inform our comp plan work as well.
And how many development review specialists do you have right now?
That's a great question, which we may be able.
All of my questions are great.
10. And so 9 total.
You have 9 now.
9 now.
And with this, you will have 10.
Correct.
I kind of touched on this earlier, the comprehensive plan. Is this budget adequate to keep the new comprehensive plan on track?
Yes.
So you were present when you heard testimony from Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Ayton.
Yes.
The Preservation League is suggesting $250,000 for an analysis of historic preservation. I appreciate that I got one pager.
2 technically.
It's one sheet.
Yes.
And it's nice. I won't ask when it got delivered. But what's your reaction to doing something more thorough, such as what she testified to?
So I am very open to dialogue about it. I think it's important for us to get to specifics about who is the audience, what do we want the desired outcome to be, and get really specific about that, and how we expect it to influence our practice. Whether it's HPO staff, whether it's the HPRB, whether it's the mayor's agent, whether it's the council, whether it's the broader preservation community, or even broader than that, than, nearly 700,000 residents of DC. So I am interested in kind of drilling down a little bit more. I know that this has been a topic of conversation, and I am aware that there have been studies in some other places. The question is, how do we expect to use it? And I think that's really important at a time where the council's having to make tough choices related to budget, and so are we, but very interested in entertaining a conversation about that. Also interested in finding out if you know, there could be a district contribution. There could also be contributions from other philanthropic institutions who may be interested in this. And so that's something I'm also interested in pursuing while we figure out the very specifics of what it is that we want to get out of such an analysis.
Well, all those questions, which are reasonable, ought to be answered soon if we're to address this in the budget. But what Ms. Armstrong had in her testimony was the report should cover economic impact, neighborhood demographic changes, which I think means as a result of, if it's a result of preservation, or that there isn't demographic changes, housing and affordability, because that's been part of the criticism, which your one sheet seeks to address. Jobs, heritage tourism. My guess is, I don't know what the study looks like, that it could be something that's cited for the next 10 years in testimony.
I agree. I am also mindful that that is a long list, and I think it kind of, I guess I still have questions about kind of what specific, you know, kind of deliverable comes out of each of those questions. And so I think that's the piece for me. I recognize this is a topic that has a lot of conversation associated with it. I think it would benefit from, and we would be happy to participate in, and to the extent appropriate, facilitate a bit more dialogue about what exactly we want to get out of this, so that everyone can have the right expectations about that, including this committee. So I would say that it's worthwhile, perhaps to take a bit of time, that we may not have for consideration in FY25. It certainly would still be timely in future fiscal years, is what I would say in terms of work to be done.
There was also testimony about a supplement to the Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework. I'm looking at the statement, attracting more affordable housing than what is currently contemplated. Looking at impact on schools, rec centers, water, sewer, roads, bike and bus lanes, etc. What's your reaction to that?
So I would say that one of the things that the council via the comp plan directed the Office of Planning to do was to prepare kind of analyses around water and sewer and other kind of infrastructure. And that is analysis that we did do for Wisconsin Avenue. And that's available on our website alongside the Wisconsin Avenue draft framework. As it relates to schools, we certainly, per usual, share information with DCPS as they're doing their planning for the schools, and we work actively with them, providing them with census data, providing them with projections around future development. And we did that for Wisconsin Avenue, and we do that citywide. So we'll continue to do that, and that's the approach that we take for that planning effort and supporting those planning efforts. Same with District Department of Transportation. They sit on our steering committees when we are doing these corridor-based plans, and they have this information that helps feed into their future projections for their work planning and projects moving forward.
Ms. Ayton in her testimony also suggested $300,000, not sure where the figure came from, for a small area plan for the Homeland Security site, as requested by Councilmember Fruman.
So I would say that that may be, given the plans that, from my understanding of where Homeland Security is, they do not have any resources in their FY25 budget to move to do the relocation to St. Elizabeth's. So the earliest that they might get some resources is FY26. So my suggestion, recommendation would be for us to kind of hold off on putting together a plan that may end up being out of date in some parts of it, because it's so far off from where there actually may be some migration off of that particular site.
Would the federal disposition require NCPC review?
I believe so, because it's a federal action.
So that is a hurdle right there.
Correct.
And I'm not positive, but I think that some of the structures on that site might be landmarked.
I think your suspicion is correct, but we can do a little bit
Yeah,
of
it
digging
was-
on that.
It was a college before the government seized it during,
Mhm.
I think during World War II. So there's some old buildings with. I think there's a dormitory. I think there's more than a dormitory.
Oh, a dormitory, okay.
Give me a second. Searching, but I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
So, but let me see. You're going to get back with a lot of information about the Streets for People.
Yes.
And is there any getting back to follow up on the historic homeowner grants?
Yes.
Okay. No, I think that's good enough for the moment. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is going to conclude today's hearing. But I haven't quite adjourned yet. This was the fourth of 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole has had on the mayor's proposed budget. We have 2 more. Tomorrow, we have a hearing on the proposed budgets for the Council of the District of Columbia, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, the Office of Budget and Planning, the District of Columbia Auditor, and the New Columbia Statehood Commission. And then and that will start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then on Friday, we will have our final hearing on individual agency budgets, starting at 9, DC Retirement Board, other post-employment benefits, and Commission on Arts and Humanities. Committee of the Whole will have a large one hearing on all of the legislative measures on May 3rd, beginning at 9:30. That hearing will have a lot of witnesses, and witnesses will be limited to 3 minutes. And first reading on the budget is scheduled for May 29th. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified today and all the agency directors who testified today. And the time is 1:16 in the afternoon, and this hearing